to Bill. Good evening and welcome to the Rules, Enactments, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting. Tonight is March 10th, 2026. Please rise for the pledge. And Legislator Birmingham, would you please lead us?
Certainly.
Oh my, it's right here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Awesome. Clerk, to call the roll, please.
Legislator Birmingham.
Here.
Legislator Goldman.
Present. Okay, agenda item number 3 this evening. We have with us Joyce Pacone. She's President and Executive Director of the Putnam Arts Council. I'll invite you to come up to the dais or to the podium here. Make sure that is on, and we'll discuss our 2026 Arts Link Community Regrant Program funding for the Putnam Arts Council, supporting arts in Putnam County.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. How's everybody this evening?
Great.
Good. I didn't know if anyone had any questions, anyone who's new to the process, a few new legislators. Do you have any questions for me?
So this year you did have some new parameters that you
We had new
instated,
restrictions, yeah.
and
We
maybe you
had-
can talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So the agreement was that anyone who was funded already by the county wouldn't be eligible, so it'd be like double dipping. And anyone who was coming in through a sponsor, no sponsors, and that the organization had to be primarily, its primary mission was arts or culture, or both. So those were the new parameters, so it eliminated a number of ongoing applicants. They went into the state fund, so they weren't actually eliminated, but they were eliminated from this fund. And then there are some that come in through this fund that are eliminated from the state fund for the double dipping, same reason. They apply directly to NISCA. So, hi Nancy. So this is the, so the pages, the allocation that the panel determined, they try to spread the funds throughout the county. It's a little harder with more parameters, more restrictions, but they did, I think, a good job. I gave you the allocations, I gave you the panel members, and I gave you an overview of the program.
And what was the total amount that is $15,000?
Yes,
And that's being split amongst all of these
yes.
organizations?
Yes,
So-
but some of them are also getting state money. So, because, very few of them can do a lot with $2,000 or, or so. So the state allocated to us $100,319 to allocate. So a lot of people, like I said, who couldn't come in through the county, came in through the state. And then additionally, people who are on this county list, some of them are also getting money from the state. So I brought the state allocation, if you want me to leave it, and it could be disseminated to you
Yeah,
all.
that'd be great.
Okay.
And just to be clear, these are not organizational grants, these are program-based
No, they're all project
grants.
grants.
Project grants, right.
program
So it's not like a general grant going to an
No,
organization.
no.
It's specific
No,
for a
it
certain
tells you
project.
pretty much
Right.
what the, this is Mary Beth Becker, my grants manager.
Welcome.
So it tells you what the projects are for. Do you want to say a little bit about the projects?
Sure. Just going through them quickly, Hudson Valley Shakespeare Festival always comes to us for this particular grant because it's a community grant. It's the Community Bake-Off. They offer programs in all of the libraries locally in which they invite local playwrights to come and consider writing a play themselves, doing a short piece. And the way they do it is based on the work of Paula Vogel, who's a playwright, well-known playwright, Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright. And the process is that they give the candidates a list of
Objects,
ideas,
yeah.
objects, themes that they can write about. And then you can take those elements and put it into a recipe, which is why they call it a bake-off. And then they submit a play. The beauty of this, and it's gotten better every year, is that they're using their professional company to perform these pieces. And the pieces are free and open to the public, so you
Yep.
can see the work. And at the same time that you're seeing the work, you're really getting, playwrights are getting an opportunity, young playwrights, new playwrights, and local, all local, see their work mounted, and also to invite people to see their work. They're just really.
And the ingredients is what they call, I believe, the themes, aren't necessarily cohesive. So they might be like random things that they have to work into a play.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
So
kind of
it's
interesting.
so it's surprising how distinctively different each of the pieces is.
Yeah.
Because there might be elements like an umbrella,
Right, a
cookie
table.
cutter,
Yeah.
It's like, who knows what they're gonna do with it. And it's always, it's getting to be quite a community popular event where a lot of people are coming to see it. So that's always been very popular. Tompkins Corners Cultural Center is another group that is a repeat presenter for us and often comes to us with great grants. John Cohen Memorial Series in particular. As many of you know, but if you don't, John Cohen is a musicologist. His work is archived at the Smithsonian, the National Archives. He followed in the footsteps of Alan Lomax, who was the,
Yep.
I'm trying to know what the organization was. It is about the preservation of folklore in America. So he really knew a tremendous amount about blues music. He was a blues player. He was founder of the New Lost City Ramblers as well himself. So he's a cultural icon
In Putnam Valley.
and
Putnam County.
And so
He's a photographer also.
and a photographer, an ethnic musicologist. He was a filmmaker as well. So he really tapped into that roots music.
Yeah.
And they're still employing that, working with artists who work across the nation, but they're coming to Putnam Valley, which is great. So I think
Probably because of his name.
because of his
Yeah.
name, yeah. And I think they learned about people they never would have known had it not been for him. So this has been an ongoing festival, and we're thrilled to see it because it's really quality musicians.
And he's the
coming to
founder
Putnam Valley.
of Tompkins Corners Cultural
Yeah,
Center
one of
also.
the co-founders. So a really wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Brewster Theater, as you know, because it is right here, even though it says Brewster Theater, they perform here in Carmel. And they have recently acquired the little,
Tea house.
the tea room. that
Oh, they
moved out.
They did.
have
That's right.
moved in.
Yeah.
So they were at Drew Memorial Church, they're now presenting there. I think the exciting thing about Brewster Theater is that this is a community theater. The people who are performing in this group are all community members, but it is really a great proving ground, a great training ground for people who are interested in getting credentials to become professional equity actors, because the performances they mount are very professional, very well done, and they've got a tremendous amount of community spirit behind it. We're really aware the community loves this group.
And
They have a couple
some-
of different programs here.
They got some
so-
direct funding from NISCA as well.
Yes. And Town of Southeast Cultural Arts Coalition, as you know, is in Brewster. They are really an anchor spot for the village of Brewster. They do wonderful presentations at their theater, and they were very interested in having us support their music series, which is extremely popular and is done outdoors.
Yeah.
And it also helps the businesses and the vendors in the area. It really brings people to Brewster. And so, of course, we were really excited about supporting them as well. Brewster Theater, again, another initiative, but this was the adult initiative. Into the Woods is a musical for adults. The other project, which we thought was particularly interesting, was the Children's Theater Project, which was A Cricket's Tale, based on, it's Pinocchio, it's the
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio story.
Garrison.
Brewster Theater, Garrison Art Center as well, has a mentoring program for high school students. It's in Garrison. It actually has many more artists involved than the 13 students who benefit from the program, because the students get to pick the artists they want to be mentored with. So it's a great opportunity for students to see and understand what it's like to try to make a living as an artist in the
And then they have an exhibition.
and they have an exhibition at the end, so that's an open public exhibition. I mean, the programs that we're given are just so rich. We're thrilled with the arts in Putnam. We should all be very proud of the work that's turned out. Arts on the Lake has their summer concert series, which is also, of all the Arts on the Lake projects, we felt this was the one that was the most county-centric, because they make an effort to get different musical venues to appeal to every population in the county, and we think that that's what makes it exceptional. So this was a great group of.
All of these projects have to be open to the public. They do not have to be free, they have to be affordable. A lot of them are free, though. based on the fact that they get some public funding, that helps them. And, you know, you might see these, there's like one line, two lines, but then you have to also integrate into that the audience, right? So you're not only serving these agencies, these entities, but you're also serving the public. And many people attend, almost all of these are very popular events, which is, you know, we want to develop audiences for the arts as well as support the work of artists and arts groups. So, you know, it's a multiplier for economic development, so.
And the purpose of these grants is because they're performing a service, a valuable service for our Putnam County taxpayers that the county itself, the government, wouldn't do. So we're providing you with the funding, which we've brought up to $15,000 this year. So you have to put an extra $10 in or whatever you were doing last year.
Yeah, it was $13,990.
13, yeah, it's 13.9, another dollar.
Went up to 14.
Yeah,
$4 from us.
I'll open it up to the committee, Legislator Birmingham.
Yeah, two things. First of all, I say this at least twice a year. Every year you guys are here. Thank you. You are, as Putnam Arts Council, a contracting agency for the county, and you have your own mission, which is also our mission, because part of being a county purpose is culture and the arts. And as the chair was just saying, by you doing that with PAC, separate and apart from this, you're fulfilling a county mandate, which otherwise would be much more expensive for us to do, for the taxpayers to do on their own.
Correct.
Your personnel are doing that. Beyond that, we have this. This is a second level. You're now, you had $100,000 worth of requests.
We did.
And-
That was my next, yep, we had,
And you had to do, in addition to the new winnowing that you've done, you've had to even winnow it even more based on the resources you had. So that certainly, I know, I think we can all appreciate, is a monumental task, and you operate with volunteers. So thank you for that. Mostly,
volunteers, and
Yep.
the whole 15,000 of this particular component goes back out to the arts groups, so, the Arts Link program,
And-
community arts program, and it's been, you know, in effect for many years. I mean,
Yeah.
probably 35 or 40 years.
and the last point I would have is that, and you just described it yourself, we've got a good geographic
Yes.
dispersion here. Everything from Brewster, Southeast, to Garrison, to Carmel, to Kent, to Putnam Valley. You know, we are a diverse county geographically, and the effort you made to make this kind of spread out
Well,
certainly is.
taxpayers, so
Yep.
everyone should benefit
Yep.
as best we can do with the resources that we have.
Right. So thank you, is my point.
Oh,
The
you're
short
welcome.
answer is thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Anyone else in the committee?
Yeah.
Legislator Goodman.
I'm glad to see Tompkins Corners Cultural Center received another donation. They're a wonderful organization. They have. Thank you. They have programs throughout the year, and it's very nice to go and participate with what they do. It's also good to see the Brewster Theater is repurposing a different kind of building.
Yes.
That's exactly what the Tompkins Corners did. And looking forward to going to some events over at the Brewster Theater, because I like that kind of stuff, and we need that here in Putnam County.
Well, anything you go to, if any of you go, we would love to hear what your opinion of it was. We have an audit form, or even just, you know, a paragraph. Oh, it was a great production, there were a lot of people, or conversely, if there weren't.
Okay.
You know, so if you're so inclined, you can reach out to us, and we can give you a form, or we'd be happy with any commentary you might want to give us.
Great, I'll do that, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, Tompkins Corners is a great little spot.
Any other legislators? Legislator Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Mary Beth's, verbal
Yeah.
explanation,
Yeah.
going into detail. It's one thing to get this in our
Yeah.
packet and look through it, but it
She has a
became,
lot of details.
it became way more animated.
Interesting, right?
And in particular, again, the Tompkins Corner, I should have, but I haven't attended the John Cohen event, and I didn't know the Alan Lomax, and that was,
Yeah.
that's a huge thing. It brings up this whole historical aspect,
That's true.
and our American culture and
Yes.
Americana music. And I often wonder, my favorite gift one year from my husband was this huge anthology of Alan Lomax.
Oh,
And it must have been outrageously expensive, and it's, sits there, and I wonder who takes that on now. you know, who's doing that, who's archiving that in the
That I don't know.
Smithsonian, and,
Yeah.
but all of these things that you guys present and offer funding to, it's creating that culture that continues on
Yeah.
in our communities, for people that, singer-songwriters that get up at the concert series. It's all a continuation of that, but also the John Cohen thing in particular, preserving that
Yeah.
Americana aspect of it, if that's,
Yeah, no, that's great.
and carrying it on. So that's a really
And they're
interesting
run-
historical aspect
They're
for
run
me.
by volunteers, Tompkins Corners.
Yeah, it's a great,
Most of these organizations, not all of them, but most of these organizations are.
Mhm.
So, you
And as
know,
always, I wish it was more.
I know, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other legislators have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Oh, I'm sorry, Legislator Adenizio.
I just wanted to say how much I support the arts, as you know. And it's very, very important in our community, and from school-age children to seniors. And I believe that the arts can be thought of as a type of therapy, which is why there are art therapists, as many people know. So I really feel it's important for children, also school-age, to be, you know, to be in and connected to the art community.
And be comfortable. You know, a lot of times, I'm always trying to get the kids to take classes at the Arts Council, at the Art Center, that we manage, that we own, to go in the gallery. You know, and they're always like, oh, you know, and their parents are even like,
Right.
oh, I don't know anything about art. And I'm like, you don't have to know anything. Do you know
Exactly.
anything about music? You like music, right? So they'll go in, I'll get them to come in, and I'll always ask them, like, who would you give a prize to? So then they start to feel comfortable in the arts arena, because then maybe they'll go to museums and they won't feel they need to know art history in order to enjoy art and make art.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah. Well,
Any other legislators? Anyone from the public? Okay, seeing no other comments or questions, I will make a motion to approve the 2026 Arts Link Community Regrant Program for the
Second.
Putnam Arts. Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's
You're
always a good.
welcome. So next it'll go to the full legislature,
It will go to the
because
full.
we won't tell them until it's gone all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't made any announcements. My board approved it.
Tell them it passed committee.
Pass to a committee.
Tell them
Yes,
it passed committee.
Okay, so I can tell them, I
Right.
can be happy to tell them that.
Yes.
That would be
Yeah.
wonderful.
They will be very happy to get some info.
Yeah. Baby
I
steps.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your support.
Thank
For
you.
here and for things we do ourselves at PAC.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 4. As we address this one, I'd like to make a motion to approve the additional for agenda item number 4. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, number 4 is approval for the reappointments for the Home Improvement Board. Our additional was simply making the board approvals a 2-year term. We have several in front of us tonight. Reappointments, Mr. Charles Hull for a term of 2 years, December 31st, 2025, these are all December 31st, 25 through 27, just to make that note. Mr. Charles Hull, he's a citizen. Mr. Christopher Cusanelli, he's an engineer. Mr. Christopher Lyons, a tradesman. Mr. Paul Harnish, as a contractor. 1, 2, 3, yeah, we have 4 board members. Their resumes are attached to the previous agenda item. Any questions or comments from the committee? Any questions or comments from the legislature? Anyone from the public? Okay, with that, I'll thank all of these volunteers for continuing their service to Putnam County, and I will make a motion to approve agenda item number 4, the reappointments. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Agenda item number 5, this is something we're all very familiar with at this point. We have an approval or discussion, depending what happens here this evening, for the Legislative Council proposals. We have a few proposals in front of us.
Could I make a motion? I don't know if your previous motion included.
Oh, yes, please.
Additional for item number 5. I'll make a motion to accept
I'll
that.
second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What did you make the motion?
To accept the additional for number 5. The last time I just made the additional. This is Legislator Montgomery's proposal. So we actually have 4 different renditions. I guess we'll begin. We'll start with Legislator Birmingham as A.
Okay. This hasn't changed at all since last month. Again, I'd just like to advocate, I think it's important that we, pretty much, they're all the same except for the method of selection for the council. I think it's important that we have some sort of minority voice, meaningful minority voice in the selection of council. What that would do is that would allow for I was going to say bipartisan, but a nonpartisan selection, if you will, of council. I think that's important. Now, having said that, from my experience, the 3 councils that I've known, going back to Clem Van Ross in the 80s through the early 2000s, Tony Macarini in the early 90s, and for the brief time I had to deal with him as a legislator, Rob Ferriolo, all 3 of them, 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat, all 3 of them, in my opinion, were excellent in providing nonpartisan legal advice. They knew what their job was, and I was happy to work with all 3 of them for varying periods of time. Now, having said that, unfortunately, I think we can all agree that as a country, as a nation, we're getting into more polarization with respect to policy, and that's trickling down to our level, whether it's the county level, town, village, state. And I think having the ability for there to be a consensus candidate, and that's really what my proposal is, the real difference between, I think, all the proposals out here makes, is that it would force a consensus candidate as a council. So the other items, part of this, again, it's a local law, it's not a charter change, so it needs 5 votes, not 6. And, you know, pretty much everybody's familiar with my opinions on this so far, so I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, my opinion on legislative council is I don't think it needs to be a Democrat or Republican. In my opinion, it needs to be somebody who follows the law and who can represent a branch of government. I mean, you know, in a fair and honest way, just so we have a legislative perspective on everything that we're looking at. I see where you're coming from. I will turn it over to Legislator D'Angelo because he had a different version of this and a different perspective, I guess. We have discussed these before. I'm sorry. Let me open it up if anybody has any other questions or comments for Legislator Birmingham on his proposal.
I have no opposition to entertaining all of them together. I mean, we don't have to go. You're the
It's a
chair.
discussion.
You're the chair.
Yeah, it's a discussion, and we'll see what climbs to the top. So I'll leave the floor again to Legislator D'Angelo.
Thank you, Chairwoman Sage. So, like Legislator Birmingham's proposal, not much has changed at all from last month when we discussed this. I did change it from a charter change, which was accidental, to just a simple local law. Again, I think that the verbiage and how the position was explained and presented by Legislator Birmingham, I think it presents a clear path forward for council, you know, separate from the county attorney, which is something that this body has been talking about for well over a year. And I think tonight we're finally in a position where we can just create the position and move on. I think there's a lot more pressing work that needs to be done by this body. I know there's a lot of talks of a charter review commission. I know taking some of my colleagues' temperatures on that, they'd feel more comfortable doing that with counsel independent of the county attorney. So that's just an example of some of the serious work that we can be doing and that's being held up by this issue. But I think most importantly is, look, this isn't a bipartisan role. This is a nonpartisan role. Bringing partisanship to it, especially to echo what Legislator Birmingham said, in a political climate like this, bringing partisanship to it, I don't feel comfortable hiring anyone that would bring partisanship to the role of legislative counsel. So I think this is an excellent compromise. This is a way to just move forward.
And just to be clear, Legislator D'Angelo's proposal is just a single vote of the 9 legislators to choose counsel. So,
Right.
yeah, and even, okay. And I'll just touch, I think one thing that we can all agree on is the the scope and the role of a county, of the legislator, the legislative council. I think we're all pretty much on the same page. We know what we want them to do. And I think that's a good place for us to start. We all agree. So we all seem to agree on that. The section that mine discusses is similar to what the county executive did with his department heads when hiring department heads. He had a committee go through an interview, have an interview process, and I would leave that to the chair. Hopefully, it would be the chair and the minority chair, and maybe the clerk or whoever the chair determines to go through an interview process. And I would imagine that the majority and the minority chair would have to agree and present that candidate to the legislature for an equal vote of the legislature. So that's where my proposal is different than the other two. I tried to address the minority concerns because, you know, I have not been in the minority, so I don't know what that feels like, and I try to understand that position, and I think this might be a way to do it. I don't think there was, last year we didn't have the votes to override the county executive's veto of our minority council, and I don't want to put it back out there for it to fail once again. I want to get something that we can, and at that time, if there is an appetite for to open up the charter, our legislative council can make those suggestions. You know, it would be beneficial to the legislature to have a minority chair, or it wouldn't, or, you know, we would have somebody that we could consult with. And that's my reasoning for this particular version. I think it's kind of a mesh of the two. I know Legislator Montgomery, we accepted additional for Legislator Montgomery. She has a different perspective, and I'm certainly willing, and I'd like to hear your perspective as well on this process, because you had a really good outline.
Yeah, I tried to put it all together, and I apologize that I didn't include Legislator Sage's
No, that's fine.
analysis in my memo. I meant to outline it all in one memo and help everybody clearly understand what each one means. And, you know, my proposal establishes counsel to the majority and the minority. Legislator Birmingham's proposal, you know, creates an avenue for us to appoint counsel equally, and Legislator D'Angelo's proposal, you know, creates counsel by the majority. So you guys got the memo, right?
We got that.
You got the memo. But so obviously I'm going to advocate for minority counsel. Establishing minority counsel for a county, New York State county legislature is rare. And, you know, and I appreciate your sentiments that it shouldn't be partisan, but it clearly is, and we all know that. I mean, prior to the vote for the chairman of this legislature, legislators Goldman, D'Angelo, Crowley, and Russo met with me advocating for their person for chair. And if I did that, I would get minority counsel. They all agreed to that, and they all agreed if I voted for their guy for chair, I would possibly even get deputy chair. So, you know, we know it's partisan. Clearly, even way back when I was a town board member and proposing legislation that your counsel on the legislature didn't appreciate, was writing letters to the town board opposing the legislation I was proposing. So it's always going to be partisan. I'm never going to fully trust counsel appointed by the majority. No disrespect to counsel. They've always served us really, really well. I work very well with, you know, the counsel that we have, but that's not the point. The point is that, you know, any of the legislation before us now, none of it really serves the minority. The D'Angelo, and I apologize, I'm going to call it the D'Angelo proposal, the Birmingham proposal. The D'Angelo proposal basically says whoever controls the majority controls the lawyer, which means the minority has zero protection. In addition, the proposal does not protect the legislature in a conflict with the county executive. It's, basically just hiring counsel to advise us to create legislation, advise us on legislation. And it does not affect the county attorney's authority to represent the county and the legislature in legal proceedings. So that's kind of where we always ran into a conflict. We felt as a legislature we needed that. So with Legislator D'Angelo's proposal, the council cannot represent the legislature in court, basically. So the legislature's own counsel therefore cannot litigate. So we have no independent legal advocate in court under that proposal. The proposal is for a policy lawyer, a bill drafter, a parliamentarian, not a defender of the legislature. So, just trying to present what each one of these means. Again, it's all spelled out in my memo. None of the three give the minority any protections. Mine does that exclusively. Again, rare. Dan's proposal's rare. It's rare that, you see that makeup in appointing legislative counsel. So I'm just presenting it, no matter what, it is partisan. The 4 proposals are very different from each other, and we'll have to come to a point to decide or not.
Legislator Regan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would like to first start by thanking Legislator Montgomery for providing that memo, honestly, because for reasons procedurally here, we're precluded from hashing things out. And I like what you did right there. You gave us a menu. Do you want the chicken, the fish, or the beef? And I really...
I'm a waitress.
There you go. And for reasons for a reason I'll learn as we go along here, we don't necessarily do that. So I appreciate your memo that gave us those other options. They laid out those options for us. I want to say, I got to echo Legislator D'Angelo's here. I think I've said it before, it's imperative we settle this and we move on and get busy doing the business of the people. This is incredible that we're continuing to go on with this discussion. And then I will end with the question to the chair, which is, we do have 4 proposals here tonight. Will the committee vote on all 4 one at a time? Will the committee select one of the 4 to go forward? Will the committee pick 1 or 2 to go forward?
There's 3, not 4.
There's 4.
Legislator Montgomery.
Okay, but it could approval as well. They got it for approval or discussion?
Just procedurally, I mean, if I might.
Yeah,
Madam
please
Chair,
do.
I think the way we can't, I think there'll have to be a motion and a second on each one. I don't mind that mine comes last. I mean, I don't want to, it was just introduced first. It doesn't have to be first. We'll see where the votes go. We can't just throw them all in the bucket at one point. I think we have to do them in seriatim, in other words, one at a time. And
Okay.
there will need to be 2 votes to come out of committee, obviously, for majority.
Leave it to you to use the Latin, but I'll be satisfied if anything progresses at this particular point.
Anyone who hasn't spoken, like to, Legislator Crowley.
I mean, we've discussed this in length, and I'm usually one to jump on and keep going and keep fighting, but like at this point, we need to really make a collaborative decision, figure this out together, and we are 9 legislators, and most of the things that we ask for are pretty simple. Well, maybe not Heather and all asking at the same time, but it's pretty simple. And I think we need to move forward with finding somebody. I do like Legislator D'Angelo's proposal. think we really need to come together and figure out what the meat and potatoes are out of all four of these, put them together and kind of pass something. Or keep using county attorney. It's one or the other.
Legislator Anizio.
Thank you, Chairman Sage. I'm going to reiterate what I said last month or a few weeks ago. So in the past, we established a method to interview for legislative attorney, and that was in executive session through the Personnel Committee. So everybody went out into the other room, and all legislators were in attendance. And Legislator Montgomery, you weren't on then. You weren't on that time. So I believe that that is a fair and transparent process moving forward, as all legislators were given the opportunity to participate. And that is something I mentioned last time, and I do believe that that would be the best way moving forward.
Can I ask a question about that process?
Excuse me?
Was it an interview process where all the legislators
Yes.
interviewed us?
You interviewed two dates. There were 2 times we did it. It was in the month of April, and
During
everybody
a
participated.
physical service, or excuse me, personnel.
Personnel.
So that's another proposal.
Well, I don't know if that's quite a proposal. I think that it could be added onto any of the, to the proposals that are on the floor.
Okay, anyone else who hasn't spoken yet?
I'll just,
Legislator Russo.
thank you. I want to make sure I'm recognized. I agree with Legislator Adenizio. I recently went through an interview process here for a department, and it was, a little bit of everybody from different departments, but I don't see why we couldn't have all 9 legislators in a room with personnel and maybe our clerks or, whoever we see fit to all interview the legal counsel. We have been well-served by our county legal counsel, so I think we all can agree on somebody new.
Thank you. Legislator Montgomery.
That's a really good point and a good example. You just heard Legislator Russo just participated in an interview process. I've been on this legislature, this is my 7th year. I've never participated with the administration in interviewing anybody. So I want to talk about the practical reality of those of us who may not always be aligned with the majority here or with the administration. When legislators need legal or policy guidance and cannot rely on an independent legislative structure, we will naturally continue to seek advice from other sources. And, sometimes you're impressed with what I come up with here. It doesn't always come from me. I never have an original thought. It's always usually from the people I represent or advisors. And so that's often come up here. It's never simple. Most of the stuff we do may be simple, but there are occasions when it's not so simple. So that's where I will be seeking and continue to seek outside counsel, advocacy organizations I've used to advise me, professional associations, or people who are, experts in these matters. So we often do that. If I had minority counsel, you'd know who I was talking to. Right now, you don't know who I'm seeking out. And if that's the structure that we'll continue with, it's a lot of work for me. I do a lot of work. I really dive in deep. And so regardless of which proposal moves forward tonight, I think we will continue to do the work, researching ideas, consulting experts. The difference is simply whether that guidance occurs with a formal legislative structure or informally, as I do through outside consultation. So the goal in my proposal tonight was to bring that process into a transparent structure within the legislative staff, so you'd all have it and know. But I respect, whatever the outcome is going to be tonight. I just, also like you said, you may not know, you've never sat in my seat, but here's an example, and this is absolutely, again, no disrespect to council, and what has happened just even quite recently. The law department answers to the executive. So when a legislator uses them for legislative work, the executive branch can see it and does, and they can redirect it, which has happened. So that's the structural flaw that I'm trying to fix here by having minority counsel. It's not hypothetical. In my opinion, it just happened to me last week, so that's what I'm trying to fix.
Okay, Legislator Crowley had her hand up, and then Legislator, yeah. Well,
If you want to defer to.
was there, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair, I just wanted to point out that within the existing structure, and maybe no one has made you aware of this, Nancy, but in the event that you believe that there is a conflict happening within the structure here, you are fully within your rights to send a memo to the law department identifying you believe that there's a conflict, and outside counsel can be assigned to you.
Provided by the county
Right.
attorney.
But it's all from the list. You can choose whomever, and if there's someone, if for whatever reason you believe all
Right.
those people are conflicted,
I know.
you can present who you would like, and you can seek that if there's some other counsel. There's a structure within we could do it. They have to go through NYMER, they have to be vetted, make sure they don't have a conflict with the county. But outside of that, there is a structure by which your concerns can be addressed, and I want to make sure that you know that
I
that's.
do know that, but I can still see the flaws in it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there aren't, and I'm not saying
Yeah.
they're valid, but I wanted to make sure
And
someone
that's been
had
offered to
explained.
me, just so that has been presented to me over and over again.
Right, so let's, are you?
Thanks. Thank you, and thanks for letting us
Legislator
exchange.
Crowley had her hand up next, and then I'll go to Legislator D'Angelo, and then Legislator Regan.
Thank you. I'm going to just reiterate it again. I've also participated in a department head, being interviewed. And I do think, as Legislator Adnizio said, she's done this before. It worked. And I don't mean to crosstalk, if you'll allow it through the chair, if I can ask. Sure. Legislator, was it for our former county attorney? It was, or for,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, it
So
was.
if all 9 of the legislators sat in that room and it worked for how long? Like, I don't see it failing. I think it's a great idea. It brings us all in the same room, the same table to ask the hard questions, to do the background information, to look it up on each individual person, and we make a decision. But we can't keep spending hours and hours and hours on this, and then essentially we're still using the county attorney. So if we want to make a decision, we have to make a decision. We do.
Legislator D'Angelo.
Yeah, so a few things. For starters, yes, Nancy, we did meet before I took my oath of office, as I did meet with, I made an effort to at least meet every legislator prior to getting into office. We did talk, but one thing I did not do is say that I was in favor of minority counsel, and another thing I did not do is at all commit to giving you deputy chair. That would rather be an assumption, and if we're going to make assumptions relative to the chair vote, you may be able to say that minority counsel was given to you in exchange for who then became the chair. But those are assumptions, and let's not make those. But let's just talk about how we can move forward. Minority counsel, okay, got vetoed. It didn't pass. The same thing.
It looks like, yeah, I don't want this to go off the rails if you go.
No, it's I'd like to
I don't mind having. this,
respond. I
Jill.
mean, I think
Thank you.
it's healthy to have a
If I
conversation.
were uncomfortable, I would ask him to pass it through the chair, but I'm not, so thank you for considering that.
So what we need to do is move forward. I think we're all in agreement on that. There was a lot of reasons I think people urged the county executive to veto that. I think one of the main arguments were that it was deemed unnecessary and potentially maybe not a worthy expenditure. I know that dates back to the budget process, but this is where we are now. I don't think that would get signed into law. I think we're going to go back to square one here. So 2 more things that I did want to say is you did say that you don't like that the executive branch can see what advice you're seeking from our current parliamentarian in Heather, but the minority counsel wouldn't fix that. Just having separate legislative counsel, generally speaking, will fix that. So it doesn't need to be a majority minority issue. And we need to, we do need to compromise. It's clear people have a issue with minority counsel. There was a few people I know taking people's temperatures. There was a few issues with the hiring process that Legislator Birmingham proposed. Chairwoman Sayegh presented a good idea with the interview process. If you sat on that, like an ad hoc committee style, you sat on it, but you called it like a participant or consolation prize last month. So that's not really compromise. That's you saying if you don't get your way, you won't accept it. And that's also not a healthy way to move forward. So that's just kind of how I feel in addressing what you had said and where you're coming from. And I think it's good to have a healthy debate about it.
Legislator Regan.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and I'll direct my to the chair. As we close out now the third quarter of, as we get towards the end of the first quarter here in 2026, we're hearing new and good ideas that I hadn't heard before or hadn't even been, one of the 4 proposals here. So whether it's intentional or not, what I'm concerned with is that every month that goes by, we could come up with a new tweak or a new idea that could prevent progress. I'm very concerned about that. And what I would look for us to do, I'll tie this into my second point, I will hope that the committee will vote on all proposals tonight, all of them, one at a time, and that if there are additional good ideas, we can certainly address that into next year. We can, but I implore the committee to take a vote, hopefully pass at least one of these, if not all, so that the full ledge can vote. But let us not have some of the good ideas, which we heard here tonight, please prevent any more progress. Thank you.
So with that, I will make a motion to approve agenda item 5C. Oh, the public. If there's anyone from the public who'd like to make any comments. Okay, so I'll continue with my motion. For my proposal, because I'll put that one up first, 5C, the proposal that has a committee consisting of the majority and the minority, and whoever else the chair sees fit. Do I have a second? No second on that one. That one fails. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're going to narrow it down, and we're going to narrow down this consideration for these.
I'll throw it out there. I'll make a motion to move the quite excellent Birmingham.
So modest.
Again, just briefly, I'll make a motion for that. And again, I think it's in my view, it's an ideal compromise, and I am biased because I wrote it. But I do think that it not only provides protections for the minority, but also gives the majority a honest broker as well. And I remember being in the county government when the shoe was on the other foot, where the Republicans were in the minority. And again, we had an excellent legislative counsel in Tony McElhaney, who was appointed by the Democrat. And he served, from what I could tell, I was not on the legislature, but I was down the other end of the hall. He served both parties excellently. That's a word. But I fear today that in our partisan atmosphere nationally, I worry about that. And again, I'm not speaking selfishly as if the Republicans might become a minority someday. I've just seen it work very well to have a minority have a voice. And that's the impetus behind mine. So I don't know if I'll get a second, but I'll move 5A, my proposal.
Is there a second for Legislator Birmingham's proposal 5A? Seeing no second. We have, I will bring, since Legislator Montgomery's not on the committee, I will make a motion to approve Legislator Montgomery's additional number 5 proposal with her structure for the legislature, the Legislative Council.
I'll second for discussion. From what I understand, okay, yours is a local law, okay. Nancy, could you give us a bit, because we gave kind of short shrift to your not short shrift, but we didn't go into it as much. Hang on, if I could just make a point. I understand you have, through the chair. If I
Yes,
could.
absolutely. The floor.
Do you have a legal point that can't wait until we hash it out? Are you nervous about us saying something in public that might jeopardize a legal case?
Not at all.
Okay,
It was just-
so that's my point, is that we have procedure here where legislators are chosen to speak, and we go in order with legislators. We can't,
You just mischaracterized it as a local law, and it.
Oh, it's not?
because
Okay.
it's because it addresses the conflict section, it actually would require a charter change in order to.
So this one is not a local
Well-
law, Legislator Montgomery is not a local law?
It has a provision that is changing the structure of dealing with conflicts, which is section 8 in the charter, so.
right. But my
it would
question
be-
is, how do we change the charter through local laws? Do we not?
It is, but it's a charter, it would be a charter change is what I'm saying.
Okay,
It wouldn't
but-
just be a local law.
Could I ask, did I mischaracterize it as a local law?
I meant, it was just, you referred to yours as a local law too, which would be just a simple majority vote, and I was just explaining this would be a supermajority for this.
Thank you.
That was all.
Okay, but it is a local law.
You're correct.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Could you give us a bit more,
Sure, if I could
Information about
just
yours.
continue that conversation a little bit so we don't get lost in
Absolutely.
the thing that led us here, which was the issue of conflict. And that was the real meat of the premise of why we're here. So regardless of any of these, to get away with it simply as just a majority vote, we're missing the whole point of why we're here. So I want to just say that ahead of time. And just to go into mine, which includes the conflict issue, which is the reason why we're here primarily, and the meat of why we're here and how this all started, because of what we went through last year. My proposal just simply separates counsel for the majority and the minority, appoints by the respective caucuses, which is the majority and the minority, and it provides equal compensation. They serve as an advisory and legislative capacity only and do not represent the county in litigation. The county attorney continues to represent the county and the legislature in legal proceedings, except in the event of a direct conflict between the legislative and the executive branch, again, which is why we're here. I think this is why we wanted this in the first place. So it's going to require, if you really want to do what we set out to do, it's going to require a charter change.
which would require 6 votes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You still have the floor.
Yeah, and just briefly, and I would ask counsel on this point, do we already have, how is this inconsistent with the charter? We already do have in Article 8, a provision, 8.05, with respect to a conflict that Legislator Montgomery is talking about, where if there is a conflict, the county attorney's office has to represent the legislature. So is that so far afield of what's already inside the charter?
It is, it's
Okay.
changing that structure. It's instead making it essentially that in the event of a conflict, your legislative counsel would represent you instead of the county attorney's office. So it's a total change to the structure.
Or we can appoint our own.
That's appealing.
Correct.
That could be appealing.
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, like, I have no opinion one way or the
Yeah.
other. I just was making sure that it was clear, just because there had been a whole confusion over which were charter changes, which were local
Okay.
law, and I didn't want there to be,
So specifically, this would allow the legislature, if there was a conflict between the executive and the legislative branch, it would allow the legislature to be able to choose their own counsel. Right.
essentially, yeah.
Okay. Legislator Goldman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. At the last month's meeting, I actually proposed a charter change commission, and I did not get a second. That means the committee did not want to have a charter change commission. A charter change commission actually will solve this problem. It will take the independent counsel out of our hands, and a commission will take care of it, and basically, we will have to agree with whatever they suggested. That's what a charter change commission would do. Also, there are other laws that we have on the books that should be reviewed because there could be some issues with them. So the only way to really do this is a charter change commission. I would support that again, and basically that's what I think we should really do. The argument that Legislator Montgomery has about conflict, federal level, state level, county level, town level, there's always conflicts. I want this, you want that, it's a conflict. And sometimes we get what we want, sometimes we don't get what we want. I didn't get what I wanted last month. I wanted a charter change commission. I didn't cry over it, it's what happened. It is what it is. Now we're in March, we had 4 proposals. The way it looks is nothing's gonna get passed again. So we all want a independent counsel, but the way it looks, we're not gonna get an independent counsel. We're gonna blame everyone else for doing that. Let's have a charter change commission set up, and then this problem will disappear. We will get an independent counsel and correct whatever other issues that are out there.
Legislator D'Angelo.
I just, in plain words, would like to say that, so this is a charter change, so there's gonna have to be 6 votes for this to pass, which I'm not a betting man, but if I had to bet, I would say it wouldn't. And not only that, we're also gonna be presenting the county executive with essentially the same legislation that he just vetoed. That's not progress. That's not a compromise. It's not a correction in course. That's like not how this should be working at all. You know, I think we have a pretty clear compromise on the table. If there's issues with my proposal or anything, I know we discussed maybe a few minor changes to it. If we want to discuss maybe making amendments to my proposal, but otherwise we were really just spinning in circles here. And I would strongly suggest we stop doing that.
Anybody else?
If I may.
Legislator Montgomery.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, related to what Legislator Goldman said on the federal and state level, having conflict, they do have minority and majority counsel, and I don't cry.
Okay, anyone else? Legislator Goldman.
On the federal and the state, they do have minority counsel, but there are 60 counties here in New York State. And as far as I know, only 2 out of 60 have minority counsel. So we could argue whatever we want,
They
but
don't have ALS either. So you want to do that, we can do that all night.
2 have minority
What they have,
counsel.
what we have.
So that's the reality of it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We'll take a roll call vote for Legislator Montgomery's.
Wait, through the chair, I think he just motioned for discussion. There isn't
Correct.
a, okay.
No,
Just wanna
I
make-
seconded for discussion.
Seconded for discussion.
And that generally means that it's been seconded, but we don't advance immediately to a vote if we allow discussion between the motion and the second.
Now we're moving to vote on this. Okay.
Correct. So I will ask for a roll call vote.
Legislator Birmingham?
Yes.
Legislator Goldman?
No.
Chairwoman Sage?
No.
And we have one more before us.
Only because I would agree with Legislator D'Angelo. I don't think it would pass the committee. I think it would end up vetoing. We'd be on page 1 again. Not that I don't agree with aspects. Okay, so we have one left at this time. Do I have a motion for Legislator D'Angelo's proposal?
You made a motion?
Yeah. Do I have a motion? I was asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we bring that to the table.
I will second for discussion. So, this is our last proposal on the table, but I would like to make a motion to incorporate Legislator Adonisio's proposal.
She has a proposal?
Amendment.
Amendment.
Yes.
That she discussed regarding the interview process, and that it involves all of the legislators, as we previously did. Having the legal wording on that while we leave it up to our current legislative council.
I could second that.
All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, so we could discuss the amendment and the proposal?
We'd first have to discuss the amendment and then the main question.
The amendment and then main question. So discussion on the amendment. Legislator Crowley.
Number one, thank you, Chairwoman, for making that amendment. I appreciate it. I think that's progress. I think it's moving somewhere. This is pretty simple, and it can be. We've made it really hard. And I think with some help from the county attorney's office as a representative, if we can come up with an amendment tonight, I think we have a good shot at getting this moved to the full. So I would like to see if we can have some nice discussion on the amendment, and thank you, Legislator Adenizio, for suggesting that. Again, it seemed to work before, and I think it can work again.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Legislator D'Angelo?
Yeah, I think in the spirit of compromise, which is a word I've used maybe 25 times tonight, I think that that's a good amendment, and it's something that, before we even made the amendment, just when this was initially being discussed, I think it was something I said I'd entertain, and I think that'd be, again, a fair compromise and a way to move us forward.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public want to discuss the amendment? Okay, so now we go back to discussion of the main question.
We have to vote on the amendment, or we have to?
Oh, we have to vote on the amendment?
do.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment then. Roll call vote, please.
Legislator Birmingham?
No.
Legislator Goldman?
Yes.
Chairwoman Sage?
Yes.
Now we're on the main motion,
So
as
now,
amended.
Discussion, further discussion on the main motion? I think we have a,
Yeah, I'm going to, just 1 out of 3 on this committee, I'm going to hold out for a full loaf if I can. So I'm going to be voting no on this because I still think there might be a way we can have what I consider to be a good process, a process where there's equal voice from both parties. And this resolution as amended, I don't think goes far enough. I think Legislator Montgomery last month, maybe I wouldn't have couched it as a consolation prize, but we all know real politics. We all know how things happen.
Yep.
We do know that if this does pass, maybe not with these 9 angels that all of us sitting around here, because again, we're all perfect, but some future legislature might be involved in some mischief. And in order, and again, I've seen our party, the Republicans, be on the other side, but for the grace of God, we weren't treated that way because we had good, honorable people. But again, if government was run by angels, we wouldn't need rules. So I'm going to hold out, and the reason I'm going to vote no against this, one of the reasons, as amended even, is that I believe it doesn't go far enough, and I think at some future date, no matter who's in charge, it'll become a partisan issue. No matter how many interviews we have, no matter how many executive sessions might be in the other room, I still think it's subject to mischief. And in my view, the only way to cure that, as far as partisanship is concerned, is to have an equal voice from both parties. So I'll be voting no.
so can I just maybe discuss that point that you're making,
course,
Legislator
you're the
Birmingham?
chair.
Because I am wondering if that is a directive we can give to Legislative Council that we would interview, some type of a directive, like how would you refine this, because honestly, don't have a law degree. I've never had to write something for Legislative Council before. I'm wondering if, say, for example, this does pass and we were be able to interview Legislative Council, and that would be a directive we present. How would you make this more bipartisan, and how would we incorporate our minority voice? Because I think our minority voice is important. I mean, maybe 8 legislators, but I think it's always good to have a balance.
Yeah, if you're asking me, I don't know that there's a practical way to accomplish what you're looking to accomplish in that scenario. I believe everybody enters into a interview process with good intentions and with the right motivation. But, when things, get controversial, when we have controversial issues, sometimes those issues can be partisan. Again, we want an honest broker. We want somebody who will come down where the law is, and we want somebody who will we want both parties to feel that they have the trust and the ability to rely on legal advice And again, we've gotten it up through today, including our current legislative council. I'm not criticizing any past legislative councils, but I've been on this legislature 20 years ago. I've seen the political winds shift nationally, and unfortunately, I see a lot of that partisanship and a lot of that acrimony trickling down to the local level. So maybe I'm skeptical, maybe I'm jaded, but short of a real meaningful voice, I don't see us accomplishing what you, in good intentions, seek to accomplish. I'd rather see us put this back out of committee and not deal with it for the next 3 or 4 months. I agree with Jake. I agree with Tommy. We've got the people's work to do. They're new. I mean, they're probably frustrated, as I don't blame them for being frustrated in the sense that we've talked about this not only for this, Tommy was saying for the first quarter now in this committee, but last year for many, many months as well. And I'm mainly to blame for that. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody else. But if nothing passes tonight to the full, I think we should take a breather. I think we should regroup, and perhaps in July or August or later, come at it with a fresh view. Because I agree, we can't bog this committee down with this.
I agree.
I think Legislator Montgomery's comes the closest to what I'd like to see happen, and comes to the closest to what I proposed. But again, I'm biased. I proposed it, so naturally I'm going to have that thought. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Chairman.
Legislator Gleneida, Legislator Crowley, and then Legislator D'Angelo, and then Legislator Montgomery.
Thank you. If this doesn't pass, we're kicking the can down the road. We keep saying we want independent counsel, we're blaming this person, that person, we want independent counsel, but if it doesn't pass, blame ourselves. We don't want independent counsel. We say we do, but we really don't. If this thing doesn't pass, if it passes through committee here, and it goes to the full, and it doesn't pass to the full, the only way to solve this problem moving forward is to develop a charter change commission. I know I couldn't get it done at the last meeting, but you know what? If it doesn't pass to the full, I'm going to propose it again at the next Rules Committee meeting. And you know what? Whoever doesn't support it, you're the one that's not wanting independent counsel, because I want independent counsel, and the way to really do that is through a charter change, and that's the way it is. And at the moment, I'm going to support the proposal that's on the table right now.
Okay. I forgot our,
Did Crowley first.
I put Legislator Crowley first.
We also need to get clarity on the amendment, so I think that's important to discuss, so I appreciate you bringing that in. I don't even know what I was gonna say at this point. Again, this is either, what I want, the term I wanna use, I'm not going to use because it's inappropriate, but let's get it done, or not, and just keep using the county attorney, because we're wasting people's time here. Or we have department heads sitting here, this is insane. We have real work to do, and we're arguing over things that are frivolous and have worked in the past, and, we need to come together as a body and work as a body for the people that we represent in the county that we represent. And I'd like to hear the language that can be amended and added to Legislator D'Angelo's proposal, and hope to see it move to the full.
Legislator D'Angelo, and then Legislator Montgomery.
Yeah, Legislator Birmingham, with all due respect, you have been in government for a very long time, and you know how this works a lot better than I do. But the idea where, there needs to be an equitable portion of votes going around the table is just false. Elections have consequences. People decided on and chose who they wanted to govern in this county. The majority and the minority split is the way it is, with reason, and there's no reason to, honestly, if anything's a consolation prize, is it's giving a weighted vote mechanism. So I don't see how I could support that at all. I seriously don't think that that's effective governance. And I'd also like to say, you keep talking about mischief being done, or foul play possibly, if it's just a up and down 5-person vote. I don't know about you. I certainly don't want to govern with mischief. Perhaps maybe that's something you've been around or maybe used to. Not me. I'd rather just not be handcuffed with somebody that maybe we all agree on now, and then down the line they're not doing the job well enough, and they're putting us at risk, and they're not serving this legislature well, right? So you need to be able to have that that kind of fluidity, so to speak. So that's just how I feel, responding to what you said about this, and I really hope that we can move forward on this evening.
Legislator Montgomery.
Thank you. I don't consider this frivolous. I consider this the work of the people. This deliberation and legislation and legislating is the work of the people, and it's really important, and it's really important for us to get it right. This proposal on the table does not create legislative counsel. It creates a policy lawyer, a bill drafter, and a parliamentarian advisor. It does not create legislative counsel, and I believe that's what we wanted. So compromising here, I think we've already dug our heels in and made up our mind that we're not going to get the 6 votes to create independent legislative counsel. That's mischief. Why are we deciding that now? I don't understand. But if we've dug our heels in and we're in our little silos of 4 and 4 and Nancy here, that's what mischief is. So let's deliberate and have healthy conversations and discuss it, and not decide outside of this room, but decide in this room. So in an effort to move this forward, which is I think what we all want to do, it might be helpful to clarify again what this legislation on the table is. In the event of a legal conflict between the legislature and the executive branch, the legislature needs to retain the authority to retain independent counsel. This proposal on the floor doesn't do that. It also does not specify that the legislative counsel is available to all members of the legislature independently. It's available to us as a body. And third, it does not protect any legislative initiatives during development, which we may want to consider. So with this, I have 3 amendments that I hope one of you will introduce to this legislation in an effort to compromise and to move forward. I'm not sure why that's wrong, or you're shaking your head, but it's an effort to compromise and to move forward. So we all previously wanted independent legislative representation. So to clarify that, we need to clarify conflict representation. So Amendment 1, in the event of a direct conflict between the county legislature and the county executive in any legal action or proceeding, the legislature may retain independent legal counsel by resolution. 1 amendment. Amendment 2, equal access for all legislators. So right now, the bill simply says that counsel advises the legislature. You can simply add in an amendment, counsel shall be available to provide advisory services to all members of the legislature. This, I feel, prevents a majority from monopolizing counsel, and the quiet minority protection without creating minority counsel. So in 3, transparency of legislative work. Now, it's kind of intimidating when you're proposing something and you're putting it out there and you're putting it out to a number. I don't like to put out legislation until I have it in its almost final draft before I present it to you guys, to avoid this maybe. So I think we need protections for that transparency. So this relates to my experience with, people taking over my work, which has happened over and over again in my 7 years here. So that amendment would be requests for legislative drafting or advisory services shall remain confidential to the requesting legislator unless authorized for release. And those are the 3 amendments that I would suggest to make to the D'Angelo proposal as my compromise to this.
I'll make a motion for discussion for Legislator Montgomery's 3 proposals: the direct conflict to retain counsel, equal access to all the legislature, and transparency of legislative work to be kept confidentiality, to be confidential.
Repeat that again?
Legislator Montgomery made 3 proposals. One, if there's a direct conflict between the legislature and the executive branch, the legislative branch has the ability to retain its own counsel by a resolution. The second one was equal access to all of the legislature. And the third was the confidentiality between each legislator instead of confidentiality. So when you're working on something, you have the confidentiality of the legislative council before releasing it to the entire legislature, so you can complete something in its entirety.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, so we're now discussing,
All three at once, or are we splitting them up?
Her motion was to accept all
I
three.
accept
I
all
second them, all three. Another motion could be made to split them. But that's, the motion was made to accept all three, and I seconded that.
okay, legislative council, was this in relation to the motion or the?
Yeah, just as a matter of course, in order to implement the First Amendment, it would require a charter change. So it would be substantively converting, and it actually would require several sections of the charter to be amended. If you implemented this, you would then have a standing conflict of other sections. So we would have to actually address other sections too in order to fully implement this, or you'd have laws in conflict with one another in existence. So just want to put that out there, that there would be additional sections of law that would have to be amended in order to implement.
But that could come subsequently.
Well, I mean.
Or could we write this in a way that subsequent changes?
I think probably what we would need to do is, you know, well, if that passes, and that's the intention, is that I would probably have to then draft amendments to those other sections of law, and we have to try to get them passed all concurrently, because we don't want to have existing laws in conflict with one another passed at the same time. I don't think that would be advisable.
Legislator Crowley was first, and then Legislator Blumen, and then Legislator D'Angelo.
So these resolutions that we have, or local laws that we make, we change them quite often. So if we start with a rubric that works, where we can get things moving, it can be amended and changed and always do better. It's not going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. Things are always going to be evolving and changing. So again, we're beating a dead horse here. I'm good with amendments and all these things. The snark can be saved for other times that's not appropriate. But I think that we've gone over many different documents and improved them over the years and made them more, applicable to the time and technology and different things and people and the environment we're living in. And I think that's something we need to consider with this. We don't need to think 10 years down the road, because that's going to be a completely different legislative body that it can take the time to do the same thing we're doing tonight. We're not here to save the world in 10 years. We're here to do the best we can for the people we represent right now. And I think that's what we need to do. And if that's making amendments now, that's fine. But no document we ever draft is perfect. We do our best to get as close to it as we can. But we're also 9 different personalities with 9 different ideas, and we have to come together to agree on something.
I'm going to make a motion to accept additional.
Second.
All in favor?
I'd like to think mine was perfect.
So,
Unfortunately, it didn't pass,
and
but
I
that's okay.
I appreciate your comments, Legislator Crowley. I think,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just for us, this is our work session, this is where we get the work done. And I think that's what we're trying to do. I think it's a lot of really good conversation. You know, it's not for one person to get their way, it's for all of us to discuss and put it all on the table, and I think, Legislator.
Yeah, I would just recommend, or I'd ask that the committee approaches all these amendments as 3 separate amendments per council. Amendment 1 will fundamentally change my proposal from a local law to a charter change. That is something that I would like to avoid at this time. To echo what Legislator Crowley said, this is kind of a rubric, so to speak, right? This is a new position. We're gonna try it this way. If we find deficiencies or something can be done better, we could always add to it or remove from it. But I would ask that we split all these amendments separately, because amendment number 1 is going to fundamentally change this into a charter change, and that's going to change everything. So.
Legislator, anybody?
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Legislator Montgomery.
Again, the reason why we're here is because we all agreed previously that we wanted independent counsel, independent of the county executive, independent of the county attorney. And that's what amendment number 1 does. And without that, you know, I think we can all agree right now we're happy, if not thrilled, with the legislative council we have now. And we can, you know, continue to work on the D'Angelo proposal with these amendments in consultation with legislative council, so that we don't have to go through all of the administrative work and, you know, doing this all over again and proposing it as another agenda item. And it's here, it's now, we've considered these amendments. You can move these amendments forward. It doesn't have to even pass at the next full. These amendments are passed through committee for legislative council to work on in conjunction with the county charter that I have in front of me. I don't think it's really that complicated in looking at the county charter, rather than all the administrative duties that are involved in doing this now and then doing it again. Again, I think we're gonna pass this legislation tonight, not doing what we set out to do, and then we'll go through that. I mean, we're gonna get legislative counsel independently. I could tell you right now, having researched it, because I can hire my own minority counsel now, it's really hard to find municipal attorneys right now anyway, and we're kind of happy with what we have. Not kind of, we are happy. So that's my,
I, for one, would hope that my counsel, I've never asked an attorney that I've ever worked with what they're registered as, ever. I mean, I don't think that's what we really want as a body. I think we want somebody who follows the law.
But,
I really hate getting bogged down into this, but
I appreciate that it's the nature of life, and this is where we're at now. And it's just, I mean, I get it that no other county has this, but it's the nature of where we're at in society right now. And it's not to make us more divisive. These rules and these laws help us to work more effectively. Right now, with the way the structure is, and yeah, no other county has it, but the federal government has it, the state government has it, it can help us have more faith and trust in government if we can trust the standard and the structure with, I haven't trusted this in 7 years for good reason. And you may be in my position soon.
Not me, I'm a lame duck, I'm not gonna do it. But, so I think Legislator D'Angelo was first, and then
Yeah,
Legislator.
I think there's a clear desire from this legislature to move this forward this evening. Nothing is perfect as it starts. This is, again, a starting measure. If we find somebody, and within the first 2 or 3 months, we find that, again, they aren't fulfilling all our desires, perhaps we can change it then. To push this down the road into like July or August, I mean, I think it's ridiculous. There's a clear desire from a number of legislators here that they'd like to move this forward. I once again ask, we split the amendments up so that we could avoid fundamentally changing this proposal. Because I do think that amendment number 2 can, in Nancy's words, silently protect the minority party. I do think that amendment number 2 is good, and even amendment 3, but amendment number 1 is going to just fundamentally change the proposal. So I just ask again that we split the 3 of them and we try to move something forward this evening.
Yeah, earlier tonight, I said I'd rather settle for the whole loaf and not half the loaf, but I also don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. A little bit of history, this legislature has hired its own counsel via resolution back in the 1990s, I believe it was. It was an attorney, I believe her name was Laura Zeisel. She represented the county legislature in a lawsuit against the county executive with respect to the off-track betting controversy in 1991. So amendment number 1 isn't that unusual. Yes, it happened a while ago, but I remember it. I even think I remember the attorney's name.
But we can't do that now. We can't.
But now we can't. But with this amendment, well, I view that as an open question. But in order to resolve that question, I'm willing to keep amendment number 1 and to entertain all 3 of them together to clarify what seems to be a question today. And of course, I'll defer to counsel, and to the extent any sort of wholesale changes need to be made in other sections, but I don't see this as much different than Section 8.05 of the Charter. where we're allowed to, where the county attorney has to represent us. With respect to amendment number 2, counsel shall be available to provide advisory services to all members of the legislature. This prevents the majority from monopolizing the council. It's a quiet minority protection without creating minority counsel. I think that it's not the full loaf, but it gets me comfortable. And transparency of legislation. I think the confidentiality, I'm an attorney, I have to keep my clients' things confidential. I know you respect that as well, I'm not saying you don't, but I think this puts it where it might need to be. So maybe there's hope, and yes, it does, to Jake's point, it does make it a charter change, and to Heather's point, we'll need 6 votes, but I don't view any of these 3 amendments as anything offensive to us getting those 6 votes. And I'm just speaking for myself. And none of these offend me. It's not the perfect Birmingham proposal, I'll give you that. But it gets me closer to where I think, compromise, yeah. Not everybody's happy.
Legislator Goldman.
Thank you. It was mentioned before that there might be mischief in the future. The individual who said that knows that in the future, this body could change that. So next year, we have another change of this legislation. So I wouldn't worry about mischief in the future. The proposals here, I remember amendment number 1 being similarly where the county executive had outside counsel. Members of this legislature and previous members were yelling and screaming about how much money we're spending on outside counsel. Can we do it internally? And I'm afraid that this might generate that. And based on what our counsel has just said, this is going to be a charter change. So going back to what I said last month, and I said earlier, if we want to do something like this, I have no issue with developing a charter change commission, which I think we all should do that, because all we're doing is kicking the can down the road, not getting the independent counsel that we want. Let's develop a charter change commission, which will solve this problem.
Legislator D'Angelo and then Legislator Montgomery.
I just want to point out, and the charter, the section of the charter that you're referencing is that in the direct conflict between the legislature and the executive is that the county attorney is to represent us. So now if we have legislative counsel representing us, who's representing us? Both the county attorney and the legislative counsel, and then who represents the county executive? So it's not just that this amendment makes this a charter change. There are going to be further charter changes needed to be made for this to actually work. So, again, compromise, fun word. Why don't we just create the position? We could be comfortable in saying that the legislature has our own counsel to advise us, and at that point, then we can start to review the charter with somebody that is not directly in the county attorney's office. And perhaps they'll recommend all the charter changes that will be needed to be made to effectively have our own counsel represent us if that's what we so choose. I'm not dying on that hill. My only issue is it just muddies the waters in multiple sections, as our current legislative counsel said. So Amendment 1, not a horrible idea, maybe. It's got to be discussed further, and it fundamentally changes multiple things here. So that's not even really a feasible path forward this evening, I don't think.
Legislator Montgomery.
I think we're going in circles,
Yeah, I
because
think
I
we
think what Legislator Goldman presented earlier was the need for independent counsel and proposing his proposal last month, and that's what Amendment 1 does, but now it's in conflict. So I don't understand that. This is a compromise, again, going back to all of the administrative roadblocks and efforts and staff time and expense that we're gonna have to do this again. So we have the Legislator D'Angelo proposal in front of us. We have 3 amendments that are a great compromise to it. We don't even know that Amendment 2 and Amendment 3 might also require something in the charter to change. I don't know, we haven't heard that yet, and we can't just put legislative counsel on the spot,
I
but.
don't think so. I think that amendment 2 and 3, I think could just be added without, any change to the charter. It's just amendment 1 because it fundamentally will change the structure and balance, that there's other sections that would need to be addressed. And so I think 2 and 3, I think could go in without.
But I think that, this is kicking the can down the road, is that what the saying?
That's what we've been saying.
This is, county council, county attorney is always going to, present caution with this, is gonna make us pause. My proposal came out in December of 2025, but the exact same proposal, representation and conflicts between branches. So we keep kicking this down the road. It's been on the table since December of 2025. And, we're gonna pass something, and we're gonna have all the administrative, time-consuming staff time, legislative council time, county attorney time. So they're before us, the amendments are here, they can be worked out, pass it through tonight. Maybe it goes to the full, it might have to come back to committee.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up discussion. We can
Okay,
go all
thanks.
through.
I
There's a
say
lot
call the
in-
vote on the
I will-
amendments.
This is our last go-around, so everybody gets your questions out, because this is it. Legislator D'Angelo.
Right, I just think in reference to staff time and all the extra work, that's going to be needed to be done to now start making piecemeal changes to the charter because of all the down the line things that Amendment 1's going to change. It's not thought out, it's short-sighted. You make this change, what other changes are going to have to be done as a repercussion of it? And again, it's not kicking the can down the road. We are creating like a skeleton for this, right? We're creating a rubric. We can build off it, and we can then actually sit down and talk about how we could make Amendment 1 possible, if that's what everyone decides they want to do, without making piecemeal changes to the charter. Yeah, I've only been here for 3 months, but I know through the history of this body that a lot of piecemeal changes have been made to this charter. It's not served the document well. There's a lot of issues with our charter. Another reason for a charter review commission. And that happens because of these short-sighted things that have all these little runoff effects. Let's avoid that. Let's talk about Amendment 2 and 3 separate from 1, move something forward, and have a conversation at another time about how to make Amendment 1 possible if that's what this body decides is necessary.
Legislator Crowley.
You had made the motion before to include Legislator Adamizio's proposal.
Yes,
and
ours is already incorporated, so.
Right, so I had
we just-
language for you to consider, if you would allow, just to, because I don't think you came up with language
I
for it,
think there's a
right?
motion on the table.
There is a motion on the table, but there wasn't language for it, right?
But
We already passed.
We already passed
We
that.
did pass it? Okay.
We
just
passed it
making
based
sure.
on interview process
Okay.
and all 9 legislators. and,
Okay, I
depending
just
on our
wanted to make sure the
legislature.
language was appropriated and everybody was good with it, because
Yeah, we'll have our.
okay. That was it, that's all I got.
I hope that our charter continues to be a living document. I'm a legislator. I like to propose legislation.
Thank you. With that, I think I do want to see something pass. I don't want to attempt a charter commission without having legislative counsel. I would like to,
we have a motion.
we have a motion for.
three.
Yeah,
All 3.
Mike, I just have a question. So
Yes,
right now we're
please.
voting, if I could, I just want to make sure we know what we're voting on. Right now, we have the amendment that was made by the chair and seconded by me for all 3 together. And I'm not
Correct.
willing, as a seconder, I'm not willing to withdraw my second on that. I'd like us to vote on that.
On all 3.
And then if that passes or not, then we vote on the full. We'll call the question on the full. But again, I know we're done discussing. This is a compromise. 1 out of 9, I can work with.
So I'm going to make a motion to pass Legislator D'Angelo's with Legislator Anizio's
Well,
original. That's the new
It's already
document.
done, yeah.
That's already done, including all 3 of Legislator Montgomery's, because I agree with every one of them, and this is something that we've been dealing with in the legislature for the past year. So I'm going to make a motion to accept,
You want to, if I I could,
Please.
we need to vote on this or not on this amendment and then go to the main question as amended.
First
So
vote
right
on
now-
all three.
Yeah, right now, the motion
Right now,
is
it's
to
vote on
amend with all
Okay,
three.
so we're gonna roll call vote to add all three amendments to the original document.
Independently or as a
No,
whole?
Together, as a package,
Just-
as a
yeah,
package.
As a package. All
Make a
three.
motion to separate.
Legislator Birmingham,
Yes,
Legislator Goldman,
All three, no.
Chairwoman Sage.
Yes.
now we're on the main motion.
Now we're on the main motion, which would be Legislator D'Angelo's proposal with all the amendments. We have 4 amendments that we've added.
Yes,
I'll make a motion to,
well, it's already been moved and seconded.
oh, it's been,
Yep.
okay, so we're gonna roll call vote on the motion before us.
As amended.
As amended.
What's the motion before us?
The motion,
Everything that we just passed.
the motion
Legislator
before us
D'Angelo's
is legislator.
four,
It should have been separated out.
Admisio addition.
No, you can make them.
I mean, I think that's, to me, that's a compromise with everybody, but, roll call vote, please.
Legislator Birmingham,
Yes,
Legislator Goldman,
Yes.
Chairwoman Sage.
Yes. Okay. Moving on.
thank you.
We will move on to agenda item 6. This is Legislator Russo's approval/discussion of the Taxpayer Transparency Act proposals. I made some changes to Legislator Russo's taxpayer transparency. Maybe I'd discuss those first. So we discussed Legislator Russo's last month. I just saw a few things that I would, looking at agenda item 6B.
Maybe we could move, just to get things forward, we'll move if I could make a motion to
Absolutely.
move Legislator Russo's proposal as is forward. If there's a second, we can amend that while it's on the floor.
I would agree with that. So you make a motion and
To
I'll
ac-
second. All in favor?
Well, no, we just moved it. Now we're going to discuss it
Oh, right,
with amendments.
For
and whatnot.
discussion, right, not all in favor, sorry. We're discussing Legislator Russo's proposal. So I did make some changes to that, specifically striking 222-4, the taxpayer participation in the budget process. The taxpayer, in my mind, as a legislator, the taxpayer participation in budget process is our main goal here at the legislature. It's to invite the public into our budget meetings to discuss firsthand and enjoy the process with us, bring up their recommendations. So I don't know what a hearing would have to do with that when they have full access to all of our meetings and they can participate just like the legislature does tonight. Another proposal that I had made, for the live video,
I don't think that's-
222-4, electronic public access to the meetings and information. I have a problem if we're passing a law that the legislature might have to break if we have a glitch in the system. If our internet goes down, we're going to be violating our own law if we're unable to live stream. So I added the verbiage as per our legislative council, wherever practicable. So God forbid an act of God happens and we can't do it, we're not violating our own law. And I also added, I know we said 24 hours, but we have 3 meetings tonight, and then we have, or 2 meetings tonight, we have 3 tomorrow. So we'll have to have like 5 links, so I would put that 8 hours, like the morning of. You have to have the morning of, we can discuss that if you like. I just think it's more practical. We still have the links up, it's just the day of instead of having like 3 links. You know what I'm saying? When we have, so for example, we would have had to put these meetings up yesterday. We'd have to put the other links, the live links up for the 3 meetings, for the meetings tomorrow. So we'll have 2 links on the website. I think it's confusing, the way I'm talking about it. Maybe the clerk can, right, 1 live stream link at a time. Right. So it's practical to have one live stream link up at a time. Thank you for helping me clarify that. And what else did I do here? I think that was it.
So you, if I might,
Yes.
just to clarify, you want to strike in Legislator Russo's proposal, Section 222-4, taxpayer participation in budget and process. Just to be clear, what that section seems to indicate is that following, well, I'll read it, and then I have some questions. As it's currently written, following the county executive addressing the Budget and Finance Committee, which is all of us, at its public hearing, which we get in October, and before the adoption of the final annual budget, the county executive shall hold at least one additional public hearing on the proposed tentative budget. The way that currently reads is that we would have a public hearing, which we always do, when we get the budget. On the night we get the budget, that's the tentative budget. And this proposal, if I understand it correctly, and it's fine if that's its intention, I just don't know the purpose behind it, is that there would need to be a second public hearing on the tentative budget by the county executive prior to us adopting the final budget. Is that the chronology? Okay. May I ask
Absolutely.
through the chair, what would be the utility in that? And I'm open to it, I just want to know the reasoning behind it. Why would we need two public hearings 3 weeks apart or 4 weeks apart on the county executive's budget, which has changed substantially through our committee hearings, eight committee meetings, and there's an answer, I just want to know what it is.
No, that's fine. After reading Legislator Sage's change or update, I'm okay with striking that and accepting her, respecting her change.
Want to make a motion?
I will, so with that, I will make a motion to strike Section 222-4, the taxpayer participation and budget process, and then,
I'll second.
okay. And all in favor of striking
Well,
that section?
any discussion?
Oh, discussion, I'm sorry. So much discussion tonight.
Are we discussing the
We're
changes to
discussing striking-
2224 or
striking that
just?
section out of
Just that.
the,
Is that section?
Go ahead. So,
No, if we're not talking about A on 2224, then I don't have any comments to make on section, this.
anyone-
On what we're striking, I have no comment on that.
I'll ask if you have any discussion on that item.
No. There is no A on 2224.
Okay, anyone else? It's just striking section 222-4, if we're having the discussion on the motion and the second on striking that section.
I'm sorry, I'm following along with your, is that why that mistake was made there? I'm following along with yours, okay. So I meant 2225A, sorry.
Yes,
which you
and
wanted
that
to-
was, there was
okay.
a problem, and
Well,
there was a problem with the numbering on this as well. It was, and I think that was correct
Okay,
in my
fine.
version.
That's why I got a little, all right.
So the numbering was different on that, I'm sorry. So how do we?
So just to reiterate, we've made a motion and it's been seconded to strike in Legislator Russo's version 222-4.
Taxpayer
That's what's on the table, to strike that.
Correct. Okay. No further discussion on that. I'll make a motion to amend.
Well, that's been made and seconded, we just need to vote on it.
Okay, roll call.
Legislator Birmingham,
Yes.
Legislator
Just the
Lewin,
amendment.
Yes.
Chairwoman Sage.
Yes. Okay. And the second item was just really practical, I think, wherever practical, as far as live streaming the video, and the one live link, because we can only have really one live link at a time. So by the morning of the legislative committee meeting or the full that we're live streaming, I think 8 hours is reasonable. I'll make a motion to accept whenever practicable and 8 hours prior to the meeting for discussion.
I'll second.
Legislator D'Angelo.
Yeah, I just think that if we can't live stream, we should not have a meeting. I mean, that's a fundamental part of transparency. It's a fundamental part of government at work. If we can't live stream a meeting, the meeting should not proceed. I don't see an issue with changing the link from 24 to 8. I don't know anybody who would be looking out for that link maybe a full day in advance. So I don't see that being an issue, but I don't think there should ever be a circumstance where this body's work is not live streamed to the public. And, you know, I understand that, you know, we're talking about passing law in good faith and not breaking our own law, but we also did just pass legislation that dumped mud on the current law in Putnam County, so it's a little hypocritical, but that's how I feel about the live streaming.
I don't mind
Okay.
deferring.
Legislator Montgomery.
It would be kind of catastrophic if we couldn't have a meeting, if we didn't have the capability. There are a lot of budgetary transfers we need to make. Sometimes there's an emergency, you know, legislation that we need to pass. There's grants that needs to be submitted by a certain amount of time. So in order to, you know, say we can't have a meeting if we can't live stream, if the technology is down, would be catastrophic to each department and the county as a whole.
Legislator Berman.
Yeah, just follow up on that. I think the spirit behind 224, what's now the new 224-4A, and to echo what Nancy was just saying, you know, we have deadlines. For instance, our county budget has to be passed by this legislature at a certain date. That date is usually the end of October, beginning of November. My last full year on this legislature in my previous service was at the end of 2012, and if we all recall, during that time we had Superstorm Sandy, where not only this county government was shut down for many days, but this whole county business was shut down for days. So we did not have to meet an emergency session. We were able to adopt the budget back then at our regular meeting. But I'm just envisioning, and I think this might be the spirit behind the amendment, is that if there's some technical issue because of weather or because of the fact, you know, that we may not have the ability to live stream something, the various portions of the internet could be down, various portions of people's homes and electronics could be down, this building could be down. Would that, I'd be nervous if that would hamstring us from carrying out the people's business merely because we can't live stream. Now, I'm a big fan of live streaming, I'm a big fan of transparency, but I think that's the spirit in which this was intended, and that's why I'd be prepared to vote for it.
Okay. And I'd like to accept the addition on this item. Legislator Regan sent a memo that pertains to agenda items 6 and 7. I'll make a motion to accept that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And one second, Legislator D'Angelo. I just want to, now that we've accepted this, I would like to read portion of this additional that we received from our current Legislative Counsel of BC regarding live streaming guidelines. Open meetings law does not require the live streaming of meetings, although we do, in good faith, attempt to live stream every meeting. Instead, it requires that the meetings are open to the public, and our meetings are always open to the public. Because we have open meetings that are open to the public, we are not required to live stream. However, the purpose of increasing public access and government transparency is served by live streaming, which we're all in favor of, I know that. Restrictions on live streaming would come into play if the only public access were live streaming. If that were the case, it would require to be real-time at an operating speed and function capable of viewing, public viewing. So it's not required by law that we live stream. It is required by law that we have open meetings, so we have access to people. I think this legislative body's made, over the years, tried to, in full faith, live stream all of our meetings, and that's my argument for that. I don't think there's a problem with live streaming, but I just think it needs to be practical, and we can't just, and flexible. Legislator D'Angelo, you had your hand up, and then Legislator Montgomery, Legislator Crowley, and Legislator Regan.
Okay, so maybe not even to argue my counter argument, but then let's back up for a moment. 222.5, Section C. All public hearings held by the county executive pursuant to 3.04B of the charter shall be available for public viewing in real time by video live stream. Right, so that's a direct conflict then as well. And maybe through the chair, would that require a charter change?
I'm sorry?
If we were,
Section 222-4,
Two-
item number C.
well, wait, are we working off of Legislator Russo's proposal or yours? Because the numbers are different.
Russo's.
Okay, so 222-5, Section C, is saying all public hearings held by the county executive pursuant to 3.04B of the charter shall be available for public viewing in real time by video live stream. So now, doesn't that mean that he's at risk of breaking a law himself now? Perhaps if the internet's down, or to now change that similar to the proposed change to Section A, that would require a charter change to do that, right?
Yeah, if the charter was written in that way, I haven't analyzed that section of the charter. If it's written with that rigidity, then ideally all sections would have some leeway where it says wherever practicable or something like that to avoid, a power outage making someone run afoul of it, but.
So this is now another amendment to something that's just gonna be a piecemeal charter change. Okay?
I'm sorry, I think Legislator Montgomery, Legislator Crowley, and then Legislator Reagan.
Is this a charter change? No, okay.
I don't think this is
So,
a charter change.
transparency and,
It's the local law.
this is not a charter.
It was a hypothetical if C were to
No,
change
she-
similar
he
to
was giving
A.
me a hypothetical.
Right, but this in itself is not a charter change. It's actually what we were elected to do.
Correct.
Already. Transparency and accountability they're not principles we need to adopt, because I think we were elected to do that. We fought really hard for live streaming. It's, identified that's something that we need to do. So sometimes when we adopt new laws on top of it, legislation has unintended consequences. And I just want to know if we're thinking about all of those unintended consequences. Legislation with similar titles to this appears throughout state law. And often that legislation is developed by national policy organizations. So I'm just wondering from the sponsors, this one was sponsored by Legislator Russo, where did the premise from this come from? Like, what organization did it come from? Did it come from? There's a lot of policy organizations that go into local government and try to influence these transparency acts, these things that we're already elected to do. And organizations come into government and propose these, or influence legislators individually to proposing these. So I'm just asking, where did this come from?
It didn't come from whatever you said. I talked about this last year, and all I want to do is codify live streaming. We now have a legislator on board that is not happy with live streaming. And I said prior, I come from the town of Patterson, which is a little small chunk of the county. We live stream every town board meeting, but we also have a way for every single resident that calls in, and they could speak as well, which this legislature doesn't do. Prior to me coming on board, I heard live streaming. During my last year here, I heard live streaming. Again, we're talking live streaming. I just want it codified that for our constituents who can't make it here, whether the weather is good or bad, or family obligations. On my way here, there was an accident. I was stuck in traffic. I listened to the beginning of the meeting. And I just want, and I know you used to
I still do.
use your phone and live streamed it for everybody. I just feel it should be codified.
Legislator
I'd love to
Crowley.
have a-
So I worked really hard on this last year, and I know, I used to come to these meetings, as you all know. It was a big joke and have the iPad out and live stream them too. And I think we did codify it in our legislative manual, so that is there. But we do need to make sure that we're being realistic. People know when I look at Legislator Regan's memo, and I respect your thoughts on that, but our meetings are posted a certain amount of time beforehand. They know where we are, we know where we're gonna be. You know, if you're looking at it from a safety angle, then go into New York City and go to one of their meetings and see how they handle it. But this, we have to have meetings. So even if it's not live streaming, there's still an opportunity from your basis of safety of people knowing when our meetings are, because they're structured, they're scheduled, where we are, because they're written and it's publicly notified. So live streaming with or without doesn't make a difference. I think it's every single county, town, school board, for the most part, I think it does it. And if we don't do it, it looks really disingenuous. No, we do. No, I'm saying, I'm just reflecting on the fact of the memo and saying it looks disingenuous of us to stop doing it. And the safety risk to me is, it's just, I don't understand it, but that's just me personally. I'm glad that we were able to add it to our legislative manual last year, and I would like to see it.
Okay, with that, I'll
Codified.
call on Legislator, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm done.
I thought you were
I'm
wrapping
okay.
up, okay.
Thank you,
Legislator
Chairwoman.
Regan,
So,
the memo that we-
thank you for accepting my memo right there, but I'm also a realist right here. I've communicated with several different legislatures. I realize that my thoughts pertaining to live streaming are not going to carry the day, and that's okay. With the Putnam County podcast that we'll do here, we'll go ahead with that. But the proposal itself, it pains me here to point out we're continuing to debate on our procedures instead of doing the business of the people. That being said, I know that live streaming is not going to change in any meaningful way that I had written, but thank you all for listening to that. But I do have two questions through the chair relative to the proposal here, if I may. One of them will be to the Commissioner of Finance, and one of them will be to the county clerk. Because in this proposal, we were directing both the county executive and the Commissioner of Finance to do things. I believe that's been, we've stricken directing the county executive to do something. But in this proposal, we're directing the Commissioner of Finance to do something. So if I may ask the question, this proposal absolutely does, sir. Yep, and 222-3, Commissioner of Finance shall become an IT person and maintain a publicly available website.
You're on the wrong.
I'm on Russo's 222.3.
No.
Yeah, so maybe we can call it,
You've been promoted, Bill.
But I'm gonna stay up here
What's on
because
the floor? Is it
actually,
your
it's not
amendment on
this
the
one that
floor?
bothers me because
the
we
next
do have
one.
a
What are we
searchable database. Turn this chair.
Point of order,
In that one,
aren't we talking about your
Joe was in
amendment?
that
oh
one.
my gosh.
Right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Legislator
That's what's
Yeah.
on for discussion, but your amendment on 225,
wherever practical,
A.
and 8 hours.
That's where we are right now.
That's where
no, well, we just backed up now to 222.3,
we're talking,
as am I,
wherever
I'm new too.
practicable, which I think any law has to be flexible. I mean, you can't.
I just want to continue discussion on your amendment to
Was there anyone else that
222.5,
have the opportunity to speak first?
back up to another,
I'm sorry, Legislator D'Angelo. Is there anyone else?
it's the vowel at the end of the name.
Sorry.
It's the vowel at the end of the name.
So we're just focusing for the live stream question right now, correct? Okay,
Live stream,
live stream.
I guess,
We'll get to you.
wherever practical, and 8 hours prior to the meeting. Those two, that's just two little
no,
changes.
but that's fine, I
Yeah, we're
guess
gonna argue about it, so let's do it.
no, my point is, if you're gonna change A, are you gonna change C?
Sure. we can
And
do
if,
that.
I mean, we've been looking at this since last month. Has anyone looked at the charter, and do we know if changing C is going to have, again, other runoff charter changes that need to be done, similar to the last amendment or the last piece of legislation that we just kind of like put through without even thinking through it? I mean, my point is like, it's like everything's so sloppy. This is like, no one's even really caught that. And do we know if there's gonna
Well,
be
it's
additional
supposed to
charter
go to our
changes?
legislative council, so hopefully we don't have a conflict, when we put these proposals through.
But we're gonna
our Legislative council. So are we
pass something that we don't.
for that particular section?
Agenda.
3.04-B,
Postpone this meeting and start the physical.
making an error in that.
Well, with respect to the one that references the charter for the county executive, as I said, I didn't pull that section of the charter up, but we wouldn't want to change something that is directing through the charter to do something, because then we would have a problem, we'd have to then go and change the charter.
So then we would have to strike that.
Just
section
sloppy government.
as well. Yes.
You going to the back?
Just a quick question.
Grab me one of those-
Well, first of all,
Going to the back?
let's stick on here, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I won't do what Tommy, let's stick on
When
here,
out of
because when we get to
practical
number
and
C.
8 hours prior to
Yeah,
the meeting.
I'm good, just on that point, unless any other legislators or the public wants to talk about A, to move it along, and I don't want to stifle anybody, so. who's gonna call
I'll give
the
Legislator Montgomery the final word on that, and we'll call the question.
On A.
Oh,
I don't think she's spoken on that.
I
Oh,
didn't
we're
hear it,
practical.
but I would love it if one of the committee members would make a motion to postpone this meeting so that we could do the physical meeting right now, and then we'll
Take
go
a
back to
recess.
this. What's that?
Take a recess.
Take a recess, postpone it. Postpone doesn't mean table, it just, you postpone it until we're done with the physical. You have to just state
We
it.
have people here.
We got people here. If I
I think
may.
we have people for this meeting too, don't we? We have,
Oh.
we also have our,
Nothing else, it's just all us.
particular item, we have our Commissioner Carlin, and we have
For what?
IT
7.
to discuss this. So let's get through this, let's continue on with this, we'll call the question on,
In that spirit, I'll call the question on your amendment, which I seconded to change what was
I think it's this.
222-5A to include the wherever practicable in the 8 hours. So I'll call the question on that amendment.
I'll second that. We don't have
It's
to
already
second
been
that. It's already
seconded.
been seconded, okay, so we'll call the vote on those two phrases. Roll call vote, please.
What are we doing? I'm looking at two different things, two
We're
different.
doing this here, though. This, the A?
On Amy.
On Amy's.
Adding
What
whenever
is-
practical.
We're still amending legislative recess, we're just adding wherever practical, whenever practical, and 8 hours once the live stream.
It's only 24 hours.
Because we can only have one live stream at a time. We had this discussion. We have 2 live streams up at the same time. We cannot do that. We can only do it one day at a time.
The chair has called the question.
So we have 2 votes. Yeah, we're voting on that.
Legislator Birmingham?
Yes.
Legislator Goulden?
Yes.
Chairwoman Sage?
Yes.
Could I move us along to another amendment?
let's do
I'll
that.
make an amendment
Let's
to
move.
paragraph C, as in Charlie, under 224 what's now 5C, where it says, "All public hearings held by the county executive pursuant to 3.04B," just for our edification, that's for public hearings on local laws. The county executive has to hold them. That's already in the charter. We're not changing that. Not changing that at all as far as, or at least my amendment's not changing that. What I would suggest, and again, there's no requirement in the charter for the county for the county executive to have his public hearings live streamed. It's not in the charter, and this proposal from Legislator Russo, which I'm amending, would make C start with wherever practicable to complement what we just made. All public hearings held by the county executive pursuant to 3.04B of the charter shall be available for public viewing in real time. Maybe we should just comport that to make it say live streaming. I mean, just to make it
More concise.
concise, to make it match what's in A, to live streaming, by live stream. And we just, real time by video. There's an inconsistency there. I don't think it's meant to be inconsistent. So that would be my amendment, would be to have paragraph C start with the words wherever practicable and end with striking the words in real time by video to say by live stream, to match what was in A. I'll make that amendment. I'll need a second.
I'll second that.
And now, if I could have a discussion on that?
Yes.
And I would defer or have a question of our counsel. That's not inconsistent with the charter. It just simply is complementary to the charter. It doesn't negate in any way, or I'm asking, I don't mean to be leading you. Does it in any way negate what's already in the charter?
I don't believe so. I think as you amended it, I think it's complementary.
And in your opinion, do you think we would need to change the charter because of this change?
I don't think so, not as you suggested.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a discussion on changing the words whenever practical, adding the words. Legislator D'Angelo.
Through the chair, would this mean that now would he break his own law if he can't live stream it?
No, in fact, that's exactly why Dan made that suggestion. What Dan Legislator
Yeah.
Birmingham suggested was that you broke me of the habit.
You gotta say that with a straight face, try that.
I apologize. Legislator Birmingham's correction actually is protective of the county executive insofar as it prevents him from potentially running afoul of breaking his own law insofar as live streaming, because that language of wherever practicable allows the leniency for a power outage or something like that.
Okay, and this won't need a charter change to be done?
No, because it's honoring his charter requirement to have the hearing. It is not changing that requirement in any way. It's just allowing for the flexibility of sometimes things happen and you can't.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking of flexibility, hopefully the same vein right there, and I'll try and put this within the vein of the current amendment on the table, which is what my colleague here said, is both of these proposals are problematic start to finish. We're changing pieces of these before we've even had the discussion about the proposals themselves, both of which I don't think should pass tonight for a number of different reasons, which we'll get to. But we're taking a lot of time that we're changing paragraph by paragraph by paragraph in the interest of time, in the interest of organization. I would like to propose the idea that was put out there. I think both of these proposals should be tabled and shouldn't be forwarded tonight as we go through these changes. We're doing individual changes. There's problems with both of them that I'd like to get to at some point. I heed.
Legislator Montgomery.
I have to agree. When local law restates provisions that are already existing and governed by state law, sometimes we risk the future amendments to state law could unintentionally place our local law out of sync. Litigation risks, these rights acts sometimes create new legal hooks for lawsuits, even when the intention was symbolic. So the taxpayer shall have the right to, government shall ensure. Courts apparently sometimes interpret those as enforceable legal rights, meaning that residents can sue claiming those rights were violated. They can sue lawsuits over live stream timing, lawsuits over website postings, lawsuits over budget explanations. Even if the county wins those, it's still gonna cost us money. One thing I did not hear in this, as we're all concerned about taxpayer rights and taxpayer transparency, taxpayers have a right to comment on this. I know they can here, but this is gonna cost taxpayer money. I was a big advocate for searchable documents. We made sure we allocated funds in the legislative budget this year to purchase the software. To do that, it costs taxpayer money. So this is gonna cost extra operational burden on staff. It's gonna cost software, it's gonna cost IT time, and it's gonna, I'm just trying to point out all these unintended consequences that may be an effect of passing this. Did we get the comptroller's opinion? I didn't see legislative counsel's opinion on this. Did we get opinions from, other entities that could guide us in this, or are we just going to pass it? I'm elected to do all this anyway. I don't think that it serves the people I represent by passing duplicate laws. This is a wonderful symbolic. I'll fight for transparency until, the cows come home. Is this necessary? Is it gonna cost all these unintended consequences? Ongoing maintenance, staff time, IT time, software expense. Nobody mentioned the taxpayer expense here. That's what's transparent.
I didn't get a chance to yet. I didn't get a chance.
So, right now, we're discussing these two changes, these amendments.
Okay,
I would
sorry.
like to call the question on these, section C, so that we can talk about the main body, and we can speak to the people who are here, Commissioner Carlin and Director Lannon. So, I would like to propose, roll call vote for the amendments, on section C whenever practicable and by live stream.
Right.
Legislator Birmingham,
Yes.
Legislator Goldman,
Yes.
Chairwoman Sage.
Yes. Okay, so
Okay.
now we're going to discuss,
Could I speak briefly on the overall?
yes,
Yeah,
let's do that.
I don't disagree with everything that's been said here. This is a lot of, it's frustrating, but this is sausage making. Sometimes this is what happens. We're here 2 hours and 9 minutes. I know we had some stuff in the beginning that did not go into this, but this is how the sausage is made. We discuss it. Nope.
Starving, stop.
I know, I'm sorry. I don't mean to make food alliterations.
Can we codify
But
that?
can we codify that? But,
8:30
but,
pizza?
well, hey, this, you know what it is? I wouldn't mind an 8:30 pizza. But one of the effects, I won't get into it, but one of the effects of us doing things in open like this is it's going to take time. And it's going, and we're all, this is, none of us are slacking our responsibility or even suggesting that we slack our responsibility. But this stuff takes time sometimes, and the fact that we're doing it out in the open, that's when it happens. If we do things in the back room and we have things ready made up for up or down votes, that's, I'll use the word again, when mischief happens. So I appreciate everybody's patience, especially the people in the audience who are probably here for many other exciting things.
25C. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, whenever practicable.
I do though, for the record, just to correct, I don't have a problem changing this proposal. What I have a problem with is piecemeal changes to our charter. And my legislation as amended that just passed as the last item just blew up a section of the charter. But I just want to make a point of that.
This could affect the charter. So, to your point, this could potentially affect, our existing charter, and provisions that we make here will override or interfere with the county charter. So we're just doing the same thing here.
Well, that was my kind of initial point, but
Yeah.
per council, that she said that isn't the case if, as written.
The charter already governs our budgetary procedures. It already defines the executive versus the legislature. This might present a conflict for which currently we don't have an attorney to represent us doing that.
We just need to know that before we propose stuff, though.
In traditional government fashion, I can't help but wonder here if we're not fixing what's not broken, in as much as that what was mentioned by a colleague there before. This is what we do already, with caveats inserted in here, including instructions to other departments. So I submit that as written, this particular proposal is problematic in so many ways that it just shouldn't pass. We shouldn't be telling the Commissioner of Finance what to do. We shouldn't be telling him to get an IT degree. We should not be telling the Commissioner of Finance what to do with websites. That's not the business of the legislator. We just shouldn't. And by the way, here, because of the inquiry I wanted to ask is, through the chair, if I could ask the clerk, because I don't know where the Commissioner of Finance is still here, is, could you please, okay. All right, either or, I have a same question for both of you. Could you give me the quantity and duration of backlogs of constituent inquiries?
So can I ask you to come to the microphone?
Yep, through the chair, for both the Commissioner of Finance and the clerk. How many of our constituents are on backlog, and for how long for the inquiries that would allegedly be fixed by these proposals right here?
Legislative.
There are none that I know. There are certain steps that have to be followed when people file FOILs. And ironically, usually a phone call will get you an answer much faster than a FOIL will, but some people are just conditioned to FOIL. And a FOIL means there's a whole process and procedure that actually usually takes longer to get the information that you're looking for.
So, Commissioner, just to clarify, so there is no backlog
No.
of constituents looking to get information which may or may not be provided with this memo here
not to my
tonight?
knowledge,
All right. And through the chair, I wanted to ask the legislative clerk the same question, please. How many of our constituents are backlogged, and for how long on inquiries that they may have?
You mean our legislative?
Our legislative clerk, right, how many,
Coming from the,
Currently?
yes, exactly, okay, thank you. That's why we don't need this.
I answered 3 today.
So we have our commissioner here. I think the intent is there, and I think the intent of the legislature is probably also there. These are items that we currently already have available. that correct?
Yes, so, you know, the one you talked about, the budget website, you know, doesn't affect the Department of Finance, we already do it. We have a transparent website through clear.gov, and it's searchable. And it does place a tremendous burden on the department. In essence, for a while there, we're doing, in essence, two budgets. We're doing the budget report for you and the information you need. And at the same time, even though the contractor takes the information.
I mean, you know, I get it, it's feel-good legislation, in my opinion. These are things that we already currently do. It's just, we're just codifying stuff that we currently already do. So I don't have a problem with it either way, really, 'cause that's up to the committee.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I always support transparency and taxpayer accountability. Again, my concern is simply making sure that when we adopt this, we fully understand the operational and legal implications, particularly when the language may create new statutory requirements and obligations that go beyond the existing state law. And I think we didn't hear from legislative counsel on that. I mean, I'm obviously suspicious of the organizations that are, you know, partisan in concept, that hand these legislations to our government, our local government. These aren't created overnight in our minds. This is stuff that's handed to us by lobby groups and, you know, big organizations. And I think we need, while it looks really good, the consequences can be, you know, difficult for us and for the taxpayer.
I mean, I'm just gonna reiterate, everything on here is something that we currently do.
Through the chair, was this presented to you by a big lobbyist organization?
Nope.
It's
So
right on
that's-
Alec's website.
That's
If you look up,
which
if
is
you
a
look up
that's a nonpartisan organization. I'm familiar with Alec, but
It's pretty
she,
partisan.
forgive me, Laura said that is
Where did
not
it
something
come-
she got.
Okay.
Well, you asked her that, and she answered that for you, so we're making more assumptions here. And
Okay.
lastly, I just feel like we keep putting stuff
are the
on the floor that's
consequences
not
of it?
even close to being ready. I mean, this is like
What are the
kind of
consequences of
embarrassing.
this?
That's why it was open for discussion, and I did send this to legal counsel to review. And everybody was copied on that.
All right, we're gonna move along here. We're gonna have discussion.
Thank you, Chair. You just made that statement, it's everything that we already do, but on your proposal of 222.3 and Laura's proposal of 222.3, we have directives for the Commissioner of Finance. I don't believe that we currently do that. The information is available, but I don't believe we currently direct the Commissioner of Finance to maintain a website and the data that's in it. I don't believe that we currently do that.
I think the code directs whatever department to do whatever the code.
Okay, you're right.
whatever you do, so if
But
we
just,
change the code,
just the notion that we already do that, Madam Chairwoman, I wanted to refute that. We don't already do that. We don't tell him that he has to maintain a website right now.
the code does, but I'll defer to counsel.
Through the code, which the legislature has to pass, that directive is made. So it's a semantic sort of thing, but, so technically the legislature already did in passing through the code.
So it's already there?
It's already there.
Fantastic. So no need for this.
And just to clarify, I did have an opportunity to review this, and my assessment, just to put your mind at ease, was just that these are all things that are functions we already did. I did make the recommendation that we didn't want to box ourselves in with that, like in terms of mandates for things when it comes to live streaming, because I said, well, what happens if there's a power outage? That would be bad, that we'd be breaking our own law. But my general consensus of it is just, these are just things we already did, and it was putting it all in one place. So I don't know the origin of it, I can't speak to that, but as Laura did present it to me, and that was my response, was just, I think these are all things we already do, and whether or not it needs to be done is that's, you know, as I think Amy said, it meant to just sort of give transparency and give the voters and taxpayers one place to look for, these are the things that you have rights to and access to, which maybe they don't know, and now it's all in one place. That was what my understanding of the intention.
Okay, I mean, I think we've discussed this. I'm going to call the question and vote on the local law with the amended changes that we made from the original Russo proposal. And I will ask for a roll call vote.
Legislator Birmingham?
Hold on, we're voting on changes made to Legislator Russo, correct?
No. We've
So what
already,
we did was we
Because
made-
you have the different numbers here, so I just want to make sure.
just to clarify what, I believe what we're voting on, and I'll defer to the chair and to the clerk. We're voting on the resolution that Legislator Russo proposed with the amendments that we've already approved. Those two amendments, or three amendments, had to do with striking 222-4 and also adding, under what's now 2224, what was 2225, wherever practicable with respect to live streaming for the legislature and live streaming for the county executive's public hearings, but additionally 8 hours instead of 24. So yes, what we're voting on, to be clear, I think, is the entire local law proposal as amended by those items. Is that correct?
With those amendments.
With those amendments. Thank you.
You're just, if you vote for this, you're giving the county executive more power. The county executive administers all of this that we're talking about. The websites, the searchable documents, everything. So just hear that before you vote, please.
Through the chair?
I already called the question, I guess. I'm sorry, Legislator Montgomery spoke out.
Sorry, I'm so loud here.
But that raises a serious concern. Okay.
Legislator Birmingham?
Yes.
Legislator Goldman?
Yeah.
Chairwoman Sage?
Yes. All right, now we're going to
Thank
move on to agenda item 7, approval for the discussion of taxpayer bill of rights proposals. We do have our commissioner here who has.
First, go over the
Well, let's go over the
document,
amendment. Yeah.
then the amendments.
Let me get it in front of me. I've got
Yeah, I'm gonna comment.
Legislator Russo's proposal is agenda item 7A, and Legislator Birmingham has proposed changes in agenda item 7B. We did discuss Legislator Russo's proposal last month, and Legislator Birmingham has submitted some changes to Legislator Russo, so I'll give the floor to Legislator Birmingham to discuss what changes he.
Okay. First of all, I like what Legislator Russo put forward to us. My only concern was, and Nancy had raised this, or Legislator Montgomery had raised this earlier, is in those listing of, I think there were 10, of the 10 rights that we're giving, not that we're given, that we're recognizing that the taxpayers have, there wasn't any sort of closed accomplishment of those rights. And Legislator Montgomery had made a point earlier that would we be opening ourselves up to some trouble if we say, okay, we're recognizing the right, we don't give rights. They're either God-given or people have them on their own. What this does is recognizes those rights and puts them into statute. My concern with the way it was originally drafted is it seemed to be open-ended. Somebody said, I have a right to know how to grieve my taxes. And if we are stating that fact and we approve this without saying, well, okay, how do we accomplish that right? All of my, or most of my amendments to Legislator Russo's was to state specifically how we are to hold ourselves responsible for ensuring that, so that there's a measurable activity that if we fall short on, somebody could say, aha, you didn't put it on the website. Whereas if we didn't have that, they'd say, we have the right to grieve our taxes for you to tell us how to grieve our taxes. Somebody could sue us and say, well, you've said we have that right, and yet we don't know, you haven't shown us how to do that, so we're going to do an Article 78 on you, or something like that. So my effort here was merely just to articulate how we are giving meaning to these rights, and to put in a box. When you define a box, you got to live in it. To define that box and live in it, as opposed to have something more amorphous where somebody could have a claim against the county. And essentially, what I've done is, it's before us all, essentially, my purpose here is to have a one-stop shopping county website page that essentially has all these items in them. I'll go over them quickly. It's still early, so I can take my time. I'm joking. Number one, the right to know how our county tax dollars are spent. And I added to that, to ensure this right, access to the budgets, capital plans, financial information, including state-mandated spendings, shall be set forth on a user-friendly user-friendly format in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights page. And again, that's that page I'm talking about. That's something we have in a document we create every year. Bill's office creates every year. It's called an official statement. This item, what our budget is, what our capital plan is, our financial information, there's whole sections in a document called an official statement that Bill's office is in charge of putting together every year, that we could just simply excise that and put it on a page. Number two, the right to open and accessible budget proceedings. To ensure this right, live streaming and archival access to county legislative budget meetings and all public hearings shall be set forth in a user-friendly format on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights page. Again, that could simply be a link to all of our existing websites and live streamings we already have. Again, not that big of a jump. Number three, the right to understand tax systems of the county and the local taxing jurisdictions. To ensure this right, clear statements of the county, town, village, school district, fire district, and special district tax mill rates and the adopted levies for each of the foregoing shall be set forth in the user-friendly Taxpayer Bill of Rights page. Again, to a lesser extent, we already have that, tax rates and things like that, in what's called an official statement that Bill's office puts together each year. There are some additional.
You don't do it every year, though.
You do. You have a don't we have a continuing?
Yeah, we have continuing disclosure,
Right.
but we don't do an official statement.
Right, but, well.
Usually our CAFR qualifies for that.
Good, but that information is in there. We have a continuing
Yes. But it's not.
Bill, if I could just finish?
Okay.
Yeah. The point is that we have something that is a continuing obligation, continuing disclosure obligation, which takes information out of every official statement or a CAFR that puts it there. So my point being is that you don't have to go searching far afield for this information. You already have it. In fact, you're the one charged with putting it on the EMA website, which is a MSRB website. So that's number three. Number four, the right to know where to ask questions about taxes and assessments. Bill, I know we don't have it anymore. I'm a dinosaur. We used to have this thing called a tax booklet. Remember that? It used to have every taxing jurisdiction in the county.
Yeah, that was prepared by Real Property, though.
Okay, and we don't do that anymore, obviously, but we have it somewhere on a website, I'm sure, whether it's Trish's
our
office.
website or other websites.
Yeah.
It might not be on ours.
Okay, but it's easily accessible. We have 9 municipalities in Putnam, counting the villages. You know, we can get that. The right to understand where to
12
grieve.
more schools.
Right, but that doesn't affect the assessments. The assessments are made by the taxing like the school doesn't set assessments, do they?
Correct.
Right, so it's the towns and
No,
villages.
right, and the rolls are on the website.
The town's websites, right.
And ours, I believe.
And ours. Okay, so even better. We've got one-stop shopping there. Item number 5, the right to understand how and where to grieve taxes. To ensure this right, accessible guidance on the jurisdiction, timeline, and procedures for grieving assessments under New York state law in a user-friendly format. We can
We
get
have nothing to do with that.
No, we have nothing to do with that, but we know where to get the information and put it on a page.
Yeah, but
Okay, let me.
I know, but who's getting all this information?
Bill, can I finish? All right.
I'm almost there. I'm
right.
thinking of my Irish phrase. You used the Latin one. I got an Irish one.
All right, let me finish, Bill. The right to information on county property tax exemptions, that's pretty much an ROS, isn't it? County tax exemptions. Not as far as, I'm not talking about any sort of veterans exemptions that a town or village may have. We have in our official statements, or we should, those things. So that's doable. The right to know the county sales tax rate and exemptions, that should be an ROS, official statement. The right to know the county's debt obligations, that's certainly in our official statement in our continuing disclosures bill. The right to know the county's bond rating, again, that's in our OS. That's a document we have to produce every year, whether you call it a continuing disclosure or an OS. We have that. The right to know where the county invests its money. You gave us a report on that just last month. We have that. We can put it up on a page. The right to know where, this is the one that I really want to focus on, and a couple of others. The right to know the salaries of each county legislator and the county executive. To ensure this right, current year salaries of each county legislator and the county executive, along with comparisons to other New York State county legislators and county executives shall be set forth on the user page. Bill, this is where you got me on this one.
The legislature used to do this.
Yes, I know that. And if it's a matter of
But,
who does it,
Sticking on finance.
it's, well, if it's a matter of who does it, we can talk about that. But that, I think, is critical, because if we're talking about taxpayer transparency, we're not exactly paid a pauper's pence here. We're paid $48,000 a year as a legislator. That's a lot of money. What's that? 43? No, I think it's 48 this year, isn't it? Oh, is it? Okay, I didn't know that. My point is that that's a good transparency thing. In a comparison for other county legislators too, I think we can do that. And again, that's attainable information, because like we have to do every year, a local law is adopted every year by a county, all counties throughout the state, that says how much those folks get paid. So we can get that. The right to know the county's fund balance. This is something that's really important to me as well. Again, it's in our CAFR.
It's in the CAFR.
It's in our CAFR, right. But the point here is to have one-stop shopping, Bill. I get bored reading the CAFR. You may even get bored reading the CAFR.
No, I get that, but what is stop shopping?
A page,
entail?
this taxpayer transparency,
Right,
Bill
but
of Rights
does that
page.
mean we take the fund balance page out and we start dissecting the
Just, we've got,
CAFR
we've got-
and the
we've got page, I
official
think it's
statement,
around
like you
page
said?
64. We've already got a 3-year history on that. Every CAFR we have, we've got a 3-year history on our assigned fund balance, our unassigned fund balance, and our reserve fund balance. We had
That's
that
right,
already.
It's already there.
Right,
So-
but-
So what are we doing that's different?
What we're doing,
Migrating it to
Yes.
another page? But then what, are we?
what we're doing, Bill, let's
coming up
stop
with a
right there.
Table of contents, what are we doing?
Well, let me tell you what we're doing. We're making it easier for the taxpayer to find out this information.
If you want to make it easier, you want to know your bond rating?
What?
This is the future. Go into your Google search
Yep.
and say Putnam County, New York, bond rating 2025.
Because everything,
What'll pop
'cause
out is-
everything on the internet is always accurate, right, Bill?
No.
That's
but
not an
this is-
authoritative
it's
source.
AA1.
Whatever it is, Bill, my point is not coming from an authoritative source. I think this is important, that it comes from the county, and that we put it up there, and that comes from an authoritative source. Now, you said we're AA1. Were we always AA1?
No,
No? Well, how do you know that my Google search doesn't pull up our bond rating from 1992?
depends how you ask it.
Well,
And these
should
are
we really
refined.
put that onus on the people, or should we have something?
The people are putting the onus on themselves when they get on the phone and they search this stuff. They're not gonna go on the website for the CAFR and go to page 96.
Right, that's why I'm saying have
and
one
try
page
to
on the county
find,
website. Bill,
what
that's
the fund balance is.
exactly. That's why I'm saying we need to do it, we should be able to do it for them, so that they have one-stop shopping on the county website that says, this is our bond rating, this is our tax rate, these are our salaries. It's on one page, because if we don't have these things in here, to Nancy's point, people could say we're not fulfilling the Bill of Rights that we're purportedly going to be passing here. So my point is, this is all easily done, or at least handily done, and I don't see the problem with
Now,
that.
the problem
But
is.
wait, let me just finish. I'm filibustering, but I'm almost there. Give me a break. I'm almost there. So the fund balance I got there. Also, I want to have something there that talks about our contracts. What contracts are signed every month by the county executive or his designated officer? Because we have almost a $250 million budget in this county. A lot of it goes to salaries, and that's, some of that's confidential, but a lot of it goes to contracting. A lot of it goes to the contracts that the administration signs every week or every couple of weeks. We should have a list, and in fact, the audit committee should have a list every month, or the rules committee, that say what contracts were signed. It's public information, and I'm not saying we should have all that information on there, but at least who the contract's for, how much the maximum amount of the contract is for, the department for which it was contracted. And again, it's not that hard of a deal to put that on one
It is
website.
all these that you're putting up. Yeah, that's where you're wrong. You're looking at it, it's not even me. This is how crazy this is.
Okay.
The waiver's ending.
The what?
The waiver is ending. I'm gone.
Okay.
So now you're looking at a department that's already in transition, that's probably either gonna have a new commissioner who will never know what I've already forgotten.
Okay.
Either that or an acting commissioner and it'll take time to fill another position. And in all this, and in all they have to do with the budget, closing the year-end books and everything, they're now going to be tasked with finding assessment books and putting it on a website, finding this and putting it on a website. It's like, who actually is gonna do these functions? When you say it's not a lot of time, you're wrong. It is.
Bill, I've gotten a lot, I just referenced over 11 or 7 items, which are already, your office already does in the continuing disclosure.
Yes, we do that, but then why don't I just put the continuing disclosure document on and be done?
I'll tell you why, because there's a lot of stuff in there that isn't covered here, and that's the, and it's not you, and I'm not saying this is you, but that's the old trick of government, throw enough to the wall so that people don't realize what's there. If we can pin, and I like what Laura proposed here, these are important things, I added some to them, but these are the things that matter to people. It doesn't matter what, I mean, it does, but our official statement has a lot of things in there, Bill, that don't pertain to this, like our transportation
And it takes
structure.
time to cull out what you're looking for. You haven't defined what is clear and concise language. I think Nancy made a good point. You're gonna run into a problem with lawsuits and
Then
stuff
we can
saying
take out clear
these
and concise,
rights.
we can just say language. But unless we put these modifiers in there and adopt what Laura had given us, that I think exposes us to more liability than defining exactly what is needed to make these things meaningful.
All right, I think I saw something, a version where Commissioner of Finance was put in and Legislature was struck out. Let's change it back.
No,
And
no,
I'm
the
fine with
legislature-
everything. You know,
I'll have something for
you
you.
should really think about what you're gonna be dumping on a department that's in transition. That's all I'm saying.
Or any
I
department.
think our legislative council had.
Tell you what.
But there's a lot of stuff here.
Let me see. If
I
can
know
get-
we agree to disagree.
I know, but let me see if I can get this stuff together by the time we meet in April. If I can't get this stuff
Have at
together,
it.
if I can't get
I'd
this
love
stuff,
it.
if I can't get this stuff together by the time if this passes out of committee, by the time we vote on this at the April meeting, I'll vote against it.
And in the format you want it now.
Yes. That's my promise to my colleagues, that's my promise to you, Bill.
And council had some.
And he crosses his arms and looks at me. I'm sorry, I have filibuster, Madam
No,
Chair,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
You had
Just for the
clarification?
same reason that you pointed out in terms of legalities, is that the language that you propose says shall. I think that because some of the information that you're referencing is obtained through, for example, See Through New York or other entities that we don't have control over, perhaps you want to modify the language from shall to being may, or wherever practicable, or something like that, because there are going to be sources of information that are outside our control for those items that you listed. And so, by making it shall, it makes it a mandate that we then would be falling short of. And even so, I just, would just respectfully suggest that you consider whether or not it should be a mandate or whether there should be some modifier, because not everything is entirely within our purview to access in terms of an easily accessible methodology.
I don't disagree with you on, if I could, I don't disagree with you on that. Can you show me where we should put that? I mean, I don't see the word shall, I see.
Everywhere.
Shall be set forth.
Shall is
You
everything.
put it everywhere.
Okay, so shall to the extent practicable, okay. And that would,
I think that would just cover you in case something is not available for some reason.
that's not.
any discussion from the committee?
Too much.
I think, I'll start and maybe Mr. Goldman can chime in. I think this is a little overwhelming. I think it's all great information for the taxpayer to know. I do have some concerns. I do agree with Legislator Birmingham that some of this is pretty easy to obtain. Some of it's pretty complicated, but it's all available. I mean,
Stuff you can get on the phone, it's just the form and the format.
I would also
And who's gonna
argue
take
the
the time to
question
deliver
that this is, what we're really doing here is just creating a website. I think that's the bottom line. We're creating a website with all this information that's already currently available. But it's all good information. It's all information that is available. I think, as far as the salaries, after budget season passes, we could, our legislative staff can call up 5 counties surrounding us and say, what did you guys pass? And they could fax us a sheet that we could just upload a PDF form on the website. I don't think it has to be complicated, but I think it is becoming complicated.
We could do, but we're here every day. We're here every night going over the budget with you guys, finance.
Right.
It's just not enough hours in a day to do everything.
It would be, it would fall on, IT, real estate.
Oh, he's still sitting there.
You sleeping?
Because when you say finance maintains the website, that means we call up IT.
I mean, I would
That's what that
ask our
means.
IT director to maybe chime in on that a little bit. We've heard a little bit from our commissioner, and then, as far as the directive to put this
Commissioner Carlin,
together.
it's not as simple as it sounds. There is a lot of work. I have documents now that the commissioner in his office will give us that we have to put on and we have to maintain. And then there's making sure that everything isn't obsolete, which is probably the biggest problem you have on a website, is that documents are put up, they expired, no one caught the fact that it's changed. One of the solutions that you might have, and I respect what you're trying to do, is instead of putting the information up, create a document that points people in the right direction so that we don't have to maintain and keep current, like go to See Through New York for this information, which is a source that's beyond us, but it points people to where this information can be found. Commissioner Carlin is right that the world is changing so much. People are just using their phone, talking into it. AI has changed, and it does give accurate information if you ask it in an accurate way. If you just say, you know, what's the bond rating for Putnam County, you're right, you might get something from, 2011. But if you say it correctly, you will get the right information.
So playing devil's advocate on that, I'm gonna Google, hey Google, what's the amount of Putnam County's fund balance? My phone's going off right now. Well, I mean, do we know?
No one's gonna do.
It directs you to. I found this on the web, and so it takes you.
ChatGPT just did it. Moody's Investor Service,
Well,
AA1.
I'm just making a point.
It's here, right there, in 1 second.
I have 2022 adopted budget in front of me.
It tells me everything from the bottom line all the way to Putnam, and how compares to Putnam, Dutchess, Westchester, and Rockland counties. But I can continue to ask comparisons interesting politically and financially within
Okay.
2 seconds.
I'm gonna call on the committee. I appreciate your
Sorry.
information, but we're still on committee comments, and,
Yeah.
I would, hearing the Commissioner of Finance, it could be very overwhelming for the Commissioner and all departments to do this. So I would suggest we pass this as is, and it's a working document, we can add on in the future once it gets done. So, we get it done and then add on in the future. That makes sense to you?
D'Angelo, Legislator D'Angelo.
I would say sorry. I'll wait for the chair to call me.
Oh, well, did you ask the commissioner a question? I would.
Yeah,
defer to
you
the
can
commissioner.
totally
You
go
asked
ahead
a
and
direct
answer.
question.
I wouldn't pass anything. I'd let Dan come back in April before you pass anything,
Well,
and see if you like it.
Come back by the end of the month.
I
We
agree
don't
with that.
have to pass this. We can discuss it tonight, but
Right.
I do, yeah, okay, D'Angelo.
Yeah, I mean, I think in concept, I actually do happen to have to agree with you. I mean, one thing right here, the county funds balance, I actually tried to look at that today, because obviously there was so much discussion dating back over in the fall, where there was this idea that we had $90 million in the fund balance, but then post-audit, it came, I still don't know what it is. I think it's in the mid-70s, right? 75, 78, a little bit more. But I still couldn't find that information.
Is it assigned or unassigned? See, that's the issue. Is
Right.
it assigned fund balance or unassigned?
Right.
Because there's two different.
Right, well, and I think if I can't figure that out, and I'm young and I'm new, but you'd expect that I know more than maybe a constituent, right? You'd hope at least. They shouldn't have to I shouldn't be struggling with that. They should also be able to access that. So I do agree, one-stop shop may be the right idea, but like procedurally, like 11 here, what's the procedure in where we put in our salaries? A lot of us, we all work outside of the legislature, so are we splitting up our income outside of what we're making on the legislature?
This is just our legislative salary. That was my intention.
Okay.
It's our public salaries, not our personal private salary.
Right, because there's just no verbiage that really says what's going on. I know I just got the email where I have to do my disclosure, which I look forward to doing. But in that, like, you have to list dependents as well. I wouldn't support something that puts people's families' information out there, especially to echo what you said way earlier, is in this political climate. And then furthermore, I think I heard you say something about county contracts. Were you making an amendment? Were you adding that? Where is the?
That would be an amendment.
I just feel like there's a lot missing, and tonight's been a night where we've just put stuff with no direction on the floor and passed it. Hopefully, maybe this one doesn't. I think there's work to be done here, and I don't like the idea of let's pass it tonight. Now, I promise I'll come back to you in April, and if not, I won't vote on it. I mean, that's just kind of also a dangerous concept. I think get it right and do it. This is government. This isn't like this isn't a joke.
Legislator Regan and then Legislator Montgomery.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Being that I'm not in receipt of any constituent complaints, not being able to access any information, and as best I could tell, my colleagues and I here over the course of the last year have knocked on a lot of doors and spoke to a lot of people, and not once has anybody complained to me their inability to access information here in Putnam County. We are not doing the business of the people. I ask that the committee please vote on this. Do not pass, go forward. Let's move on, please.
I, again, support transparency and accountability. I was elected to do that, and I took an oath to uphold the New York State Constitution. It's, for me, on this one, and the other one, it's either all or nothing. Either include all of it, or don't include any of it. Have we determined, is it gonna be every payment, every contract, every expenditure is instantly going to be available online to the public? Because if it's not, then, we're not built, I don't think, for that public infrastructure. And, we are just creating frustration with the public then that leaves us, wide open again to litigation. I was elected to do this job. I was elected to be transparent to the public. I mean, I think the legislative clerks might vouch for me in saying I get calls to the clerk's office every day for people that want information from me. And I call them back and I give it. Or I call Bill and I say, can I have this? If he says no, then that's the problem. Or if he doesn't give it to me in a timely manner, that's a problem. But again, I support transparency and accountability. My concern is simply making sure that when we adopt legislation like this, we fully understand the operational and legal implications, particularly when the language may create new statutory rights or obligations that go beyond the existing state law. Does this unintentionally create unenforceable or enforceable statutory rights? I think, again, did we talk to IT? I mean, I know they're here. And if we're gonna pass this, which I hope you don't right now, because I was elected to do this. If you want to make my job obsolete, I'm fine with that. But, the clerks do a really good job at providing this information to the public. And I think the unintended consequences, unless we're going to put every payment, every contract, every expenditure online, we're just going to, like I said, if it says by law we have to live stream and we don't, then we're open to litigation because the power went out, and then we're gonna get sued. And whether we win or not, it's still an expense. Why are we creating more government? It already exists.
Moving at the speed of government.
I think, yes. I think Legislator Crowley, you were next, and then Legislator Russo? Okay, I think it was Legislator Russo. I'm
Whomever.
dimming down.
So I am not in favor of adding 11 or 12 to my original 10. I don't expect anybody here to go find other county items. I last month showed you where NISAC reports information and their data wasn't accurate. So I don't expect any personnel of our county to sit and go find other counties' information. We could easily Google that. We all proved that tonight, ChatGPT, or Google. But in some of the stuff you changed, Legislator Birmingham, it was the county legislature that I had as the responsible party, and you changed that to finance. And I know our legislative council already corrected a few of their shall be's, and you agreed to that, updating that. I feel that finance has enough work to do. It's gonna be a rough road ahead when our current commissioner retires. So that wasn't my intention to give any specific person or department extra work in going to find documents on every other county website, like which counties are you gonna pick? Orange, Rockland, Westchester, or Sullivan? Like, is it gonna be consistent every single year? To me, that makes it more open-ended and not accurate and not consistent. So,
Yeah, and I don't think this is going to pass tonight, but just on that point, two things I had, and I will put something together just for whether it's before this committee again or not, because I do think it's worthy to have this type of transparency, and I think we all agree on that. But the reason I did change it from legislature to Commissioner of Finance, as Bill and I just talked about, 7 or 8 of the 10 original, ideas you had here are pretty much boiled down into 1 or maybe 2 documents that Bill's office puts together every year anyway. So that's why it was kind of flipped, not to give Bill's successor a hard time or his office a hard time, but this is financial information that is condensed and distilled into 1 at most 2 documents every year. One being what I call the official statement or the annual report, or the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or our audit. Those 2 documents have to be produced by Bill, and we get them. As Jake had pointed out, he looked at the audit, and but the point is that to have a central repository, because if we put the entire CAFR out there, which it is, but I get dizzy reading it. I'm sure you do too. And if these 10 bullet points that you started out with are important, Laura, and I believe they are, if those are important, and those are the kind of things that we think our constituents, I mean, I got a lot of questions about fund balance last year, Tommy. I guess you didn't go door to door, and that's fine, but
I certainly did.
fund balance was a big subject among a lot of my constituents.
Correction, accessibility of information was I didn't get any complaints about accessibility of information with.
But the conversations I had were, how much fund balance do we have? And the taxes, right. If that's in one place, people didn't know what it was. And so those are some of my points. I realize, and Laura, I'm trying to get your revised document over the finish line, but because I think unless we put those types of to-do things in there, and we just say you have a right to know the county's tax rate and exemptions, unless we put something in there that says, okay, this is how we're fulfilling that, I think, as Nancy and our legislative counsel have pointed out, unless we do that, we open ourselves up to challenge. You didn't do that, so now we're going to sue you. And we may win, but it'll cost us a lot of money to do it. So that was the spirit behind that. And I will put something together just to show how this can be done. And again, it might be a exercise in futility, but I think I can do it.
Or if you could do it and everybody come to something to agree with, because the real concern is you come up with something. Well, then maybe we should add this, then maybe we should do that. This one should do this one, we should also do that, and time.
Right, but I mean, again, I've
one
heard
man's
I've
clear
heard
and
these.
concise may not be the same as another person.
I mean,
I've heard these arguments
we
before
have
when
a
it
lot
comes
of
to
discussion on this. I don't think we're prepared to vote on anything
not.
tonight.
But we
And
Definitely want to be transparent.
I feel that this information is out there as it is. I mean, I honestly think that any legislator could write a letter to the chair and say, can we put on contracts next month? And can somebody put a report on contracts that we've passed last year? And we could look at it that way at a public meeting. I'm not prepared to vote on this right now. I don't know if anybody else is, but it is on for discussion / approval. I don't think we're ready for that. I'll just call on Legislator D'Angelo, he wants to.
Yeah, just on the record, just because I know you kind of echoed off of something I said, but I do want to be clear that, actually, I do think this is a big issue, transparency or the lack thereof, as it pertains to our budget. And, well, it's out there, right, but it's not easily accessible. And maybe you didn't get the complaints, but that's also because people probably don't even know what they're looking for. It's very hard to understand local government. It's easy to know what's going on in Washington because you can turn on the news. It's very hard to figure out what we're doing. So just because people aren't complaining about it, doesn't mean that we shouldn't do things to make it more accessible and easier. But with that said, there is, I feel like, so much meat and potatoes missing from this, Legislator Birmingham. And that's my issue with it. I don't think it can move forward. Speaking of last year in the campaign trail, there was a fun website someone made about me where they said that the legislature is not the student council. But this whole night feels like I've never been a member of the student council, but it certainly feels that way. I mean, this is not good government. We're just throwing spaghetti at the wall. And I, for one, am a little embarrassed. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but that's my case.
Mr. Montgomery.
If I may, I appreciate this level of deliberation. It's something that has never occurred on this legislature. And, the way we are reasonably deliberating and doing good government and work of the people. I do have to point out one other unintended consequence of both of these acts could propose blurring the branch of authority. Transparency acts are often directed by administrative actions such as maintaining the database, posting financial information, managing websites, implementing reporting systems. Those functions are usually part of the executive branch and have nothing to do with the legislative branch. As you know by the website, look at it. So we could, as the legislature, unintentionally direct the county executive how to administer systems, create a clear, separation of power disputes, and generate conflicts over how this is implemented. That's gonna come from the administration. And that's something I think courts really pay clear attention to in charter arguments. And charter governments, and we don't have our own attorney to defend us in that.
So I think we're gonna move on. This discussion could go on and on all night. We have another committee meeting after this. We're not gonna pass anything tonight. And
Sorry.
everyone has had ample time to discuss this. We've heard from our department heads. I'm gonna move on without taking a vote. This is only for discussion at this point. We're gonna move on to the process of proclamations, agenda item number 8. This is just a change or a possible change to our legislative manual, just describing the process for proclamations. This was based on a discussion that we had last month, brought to us by Chairman Birmingham, regarding the process and how we go about doing proclamations. I think it's pretty straightforward. It just lays out what we do in our legislative manual. It's not codified. It's just our legislative manual for our guidelines. I'll open up to the committee for discussion. Legislator Birmingham, this was one of yours.
Yeah, we talked about it last month. I think, Diane, this was pretty much taken, and in part anyway, was it Flagler County or Sarasota County? Sarasota County, Florida. In essence, it's just a way to put a procedure in place for proclamations. We do get a lot of, and we're going to be entering that season soon. April, May, June, we usually get at least half a dozen requests anyway for proclamations. All good things, all worthy causes, whether it's the state championships for our baseball or football teams, or Buddy Poppy Month, things like that. All good stuff, all things worthy of recognition, and which we will continue, I hope, to recognize through proclamations at our full meeting. But this kind of puts forward a process where kind of gives some bumpers as to what is a proclamation, what might be better served as a certificate. I know we do certificates as well. So it's, I offer it in that spirit, and I know we've had it in our boxes for at least 5 or 6 days, so I'd be open to moving this, if there's a second for discussion, and then perhaps sending it out of committee or
Is that a motion to
motion to move this.
discuss? I'll second that.
Well, motion to move it for, and you second it for discussion,
for discussion.
and then if there's a
And
move
then
to
after
pass
the
it. then,
discussion,
yeah.
we can make a vote.
Yep.
I would agree with this. I think I learned about proclamations through a process of just being on the legislature. It was never really anything that was discussed with me when I first got on the legislature. So I think it's a guideline, really, appropriate to me for the legislative manual for any legislator. No less than 30 days prior, I think that's just procedural for our legislative staff. Makes it much easier to get that in. Anyway, I'll open it up to anyone else in the committee. Or any other legislator, Goldman, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the clerk, the way we do it now, there really is no procedure. Is it broken? Is there something wrong with it?
There just were questions asked about what is our procedure, and when I said that this is the procedure we've been using, nothing documented, it was suggested that something be documented in the legislative manual. So I haven't had a problem thus far.
All right, since we really haven't had a problem with it, it was mentioned before by someone that if you define the box, you have to live within the box. So if we put this on paper,
Wise words.
you can't change it. So by doing that, I think we could have a problem. Someone wants to put something up for a proclamation, but it doesn't fit into that box, and it doesn't work. So if the system really isn't broken, if defining it by using it now, let's not do this.
Thank you.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
I think if we don't have procedures in place, for me, for the legislative manual, then it's squarely on the shoulders of the chair, and the chair can decide. Has full, can add it or not. So I think if we have procedures in place, it at least gives us guidelines. I'll open it up to the floor. Anybody has any discussion on proclamations? Is there anything we can agree on, or? I don't know.
I think we're talked
Okay,
out.
I think we're talked out. All right, so a roll call vote on this for the,
We'll run a meeting after this. Don't be topped out.
I know. This is-
Look at this.
We're doing good
3-hour
stuff, we're
meeting.
doing
We're
good
gonna
stuff
have
in that
these
meeting.
meetings
We're doing
every
good
month.
stuff in
My
those
gosh,
meetings.
3 hours. Okay.
Legislator Birmingham?
Yes.
Legislator Goldman?
System's not broken, don't change it, no.
Chairwoman Sage?
Yes. Okay, so moving on, we are on our litigation report. This is a confidential report from our law department. Please dispose of it properly by shredding it after looking at it. If you have any questions regarding any of the litigation here, we do have our legal counsel. If you have any questions, anyone will go into executive session. If not, it's only for your FYI. 10 is other business, which we have none of this evening. I will make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Services Committee meeting for March 10th, 2026. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Legislator Regan.
Present.
Legislator Sage.
Present.
Chairman Goldman.
Present. Okay, I'd like to make an acceptance of the minutes for October 8th, 2025.
Second that?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item number 4. We have an approval for a budgetary amendment, 26A016. This is for $800,000. We are transferring from the general fund to the capital fund. This resolution is required to change the funding source of the DSS Security Capital Project. We have Commissioner? Come on up.
Well, you said it well. I'll answer any questions, but you summarized it very well. We had a strong year in 2025, so we'd like to continue not to borrow. So we're changing the funding source here.
Any questions from the committee?
Sounds good.
Questions from the legislature? Questions from the audience? Seeing there are none, make a motion to accept it. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item number 5, we have an approval for budgetary transfer 26T039 for vehicle GPS system for county vehicles. We have John Tully with us, the Commissioner of Department of General Services.
Hey, how are you? Good evening.
What is this all about?
I'll let Tom talk to the project that we're rolling out. I was before the legislature last year, and the legislature did fund the effort to start the project. This funding will allow us to continue to move it forward to the rest of the fleet. So I'll turn it over to Tom.
This is the project where we have GPS in vehicles, and the camera system in the vehicles, and this is to continue funding it as we go forward. The next phase is coming along, where we're going to be also adding in some additional vehicles. It helps us in our insurance. We're able to track where the vehicles are. And also today, we were just discussing the mechanic will now have access to this information because it's hooked into the onboard computer within the vehicle. So it's giving all the diagnostic information back to the mechanic so they can plan, if they see there's a problem with the vehicle, they can see it ahead of time and call the vehicle in.
Very good. Any questions from the committee?
There's no fiscal impact, you're just transferring, you're taking it from gasoline?
In full disclosure, with respect to the fund that we're moving the money from, that was proposed prior to the recent events in the Middle East.
That's what I was wondering.
I believe we're in good shape. You know, prior to that, we were feeling that the gas prices were stabilizing. There's obviously been some volatility lately. I think our budget will be good if we're following the news and we're believing that things are going to settle down and back to where they were. But should that not be the case, I'll come before the legislature again with ample notice. But I feel the budget is sufficient to cover it.
You think gasoline will,
Legislator?
hopefully, otherwise you'll come back and ask us for.
I'll be back. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. It's my gut feeling because.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
So if this was just a continuation of a previous service that we had, why was it not in the budget for this year? Why did we have to transfer money already?
In full disclosure, we didn't know what the exact amounts were going to be and which vehicles were going to be included. We did do a bid for it, so we had the price established by bid. We needed to roll it out and make sure that it was effective. I think we ran into some, I don't know what the right word is, but some policy issues that had to be resolved between this effort and the union. So that was worked out. We weren't sure during the budget process exactly how that was going to be resolved. But I was comfortable at the time that since the gasoline budget presumably by this effort will be directly affected, and the direction is that this effort will result in savings in and making our fleet more efficient, that there's sufficient funds there to do it. Because the '26 budget was based on the activities of '25. We started the year in much better shape than we did '25, so I think we're okay.
Without getting too far into the weeds, the system that's in place right now was always in place. The GPS was always in the vehicles. We were paying for it through the radio system.
That's a good point.
And the money is going right back into the county because we canceled that contract and we're rolling forward with the radio system. The new radio system can't support the GPS, but it's still cheaper in the long run to do it with this new system. So we actually, it's a net zero. It just, because it's wrapped into the radio project, it was difficult to show.
Thank you. Let's let it review.
Thank you. Director Lyons, so is the 120,000 related to equipment rentals as it's listed here, or are we paying for the service? Are we paying for the?
Rentals, it's through Verizon.
Right.
They have a system that we use through them. So it uses their backbone for the information, and it's under contract with them, so they refresh the equipment when needed, and
Software licensing?
Yeah, does that cover the software licensing and
Yeah,
everything?
it's everything.
It's everything in right there. Okay. And just secondary to that, any problems, right? We say, I'm well aware of the positive that you're talking about right there. Do you report any problems with the GPS?
no problems at
No
all.
problems whatsoever? Coverage throughout the county?
Coverage throughout the county, yeah, throughout the state, throughout the United States.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing there are no questions, I would like to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, we have an approval of a legal transfer of property from the county to the town of Carmel. We have Barbara Barossa, I believe. You're going to talk on this? Sorry, I wasn't sure who was going to talk about it.
This is just a conveyance for the town of Carmel for a certain parcel adjacent to one of their projects that they're looking to advertise shortly. It's for the Stokeham Avenue Culvert Replacement Project, which I believe they have federal funds for now. So this is just to allow them to create a staging area and use it for access and storage for residents in the future. So,
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Nope. Good documentation.
Something that the town supervisor came to me with at the beginning of this year, hoping that we could take quick action on this. So I'm happy to see it move through pretty quickly, so that they can start working on this bridge over on Stokeham.
Yep.
I think is in Legislator Crowley's district. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure where they stand with the the design process and completing that and getting it to a bid, but.
Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the legislature?
I just want to thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. You guys work pretty quickly, and that's what the town, I have the same faith in the town that.
Credit to the law department too, they helped out tremendously.
And the law department, again, thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
No, I just point out, in case it comes up in audit, this is a long-owned county property. It's been enrolled Section 8, so there's no tax write-off or no fiscal impact to the county.
Thank you.
Great.
Any other questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? See there's no questions, I make a motion to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay.
You're in favor.
Item number 7. We have an approval for planning department ratification of an application for 2026 grant funding available through the New York State County Infrastructure Program. We have Barbara Barbosa with us, Commissioner of Planning. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is a annual, well, it's been annual opportunity. Only the county is eligible. It's through New York State. It's called the County Infrastructure Grant Program. It's through Empire State Development. The intention is to encourage housing development. Economic development is also encouraged, or tourism. They have a list of different eligible projects. Housing is their primary interest. The state offers $500,000 if it's an economic development or tourism project, $1 million if it leads to the creation of 10 housing units. Last year, the county applied for the funding and was successful in applying for the Terry Hill and Route 311 project with its linkage to Patterson Crossing. That was only for $500,000. This opportunity came before us, and the town of Carmel actually reached out and was interested in having the town sponsor a project, or the county sponsor a project for housing with the private developer. We analyzed the county executive, planning, and DPW was also involved, looked at the county projects that we're undertaking for infrastructure and to see if anything was ripe for applying. We really didn't come up with very much. So we did analyze other projects, including county executive actually suggested Water District 2, and that also is not ready for application. They do want a shovel-ready project. So the county executive has agreed that we could possibly sponsor this project. So I have before you a resolution that we would agree to sponsor an application for this private developer. It's 40 market rate housing townhouses in the town of Carmel.
Thank you. We also have an additional that I forgot to mention earlier for this from Barbara Barbosa. I'd like to make a motion to accept this. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I just got this, Barbara. Can you explain this a little bit, or did you just do that?
So I think I mostly explained it. It was based off of questions from Legislator Birmingham. And I was trying to respond to those. Some of the questions were, what were the parameters for this grant, and can we do a pass-through? Actually, it is encouraged. They do want housing development primarily. And the letter of intent was due 4 weeks prior to the application period, which is April 1st. So that was submitted last week in preparation of possibly applying. And the Empire State Development did approve that. So they do agree that it would be an eligible project. As far as which market rate housing, it's referred to by the town as Carmel Residential Housing Project. It's also been referred to as the Albano Housing Project. The application is due April 1st. A letter of intent to apply must be filed 4 weeks, and that was filed and approved by myself. The recitals of the draft resolution states that there's a 50% non-New York State match required. So the grant, it's 50% of the cost of the total cost of construction is what they'd reimburse. So it has to, $2 million has to be expended by the developer, and $1 million would be reimbursed. So there would be no cost to the county. The developers also agreed to have a grant writer write this. So there would not even be staff requirement for this.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Any questions from the legislature? Legislator?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is a grant application for $1 million. That's going to be approved for the possibility of updating infrastructure around a proposed 40-house townhome development.
Yeah.
So it's going to support housing in Putnam County, and Carmel specifically, with infrastructure.
It would provide the roadway and drainage improvements that are needed, and which would eventually be turned over to the town.
So what comes first, the housing or the infrastructure?
Infrastructure.
So,
I mean, that's
The
the question. Are they building it now and they're waiting for the road to be improved, or I don't know?
I don't think they've started work. I believe it was just recently approved by the town,
Yeah, town planning approved it, yeah. I mean, I think it's great. I mean, I think if we can get, I mean, I'm not gonna belabor this, but I think it's great that we update our infrastructure and we can get more housing in Carmel to maybe help with the young people living here, stay here, move here.
Hello.
Birmingham?
Just a couple of quick points. First of all, thank you for responding to my March 3rd letter. You answered every question fully and completely. Thanks for that. Quick question for you, though, that I was still unclear on. This is supposed to be only available to counties, and the town of Carmel has asked us to apply on their behalf. Does, or maybe I'm phrasing that wrong, but we've asked to apply for this grant. Would the improvements be on county roads, on a private road? And believe me, we need housing. I don't disagree with Amy. But my only question is, are the folks who are approving this know the whole history here and they're good with it as far as the town asked us to sponsor this, or?
So, we would be sponsoring it on behalf of the developer.
Okay.
More than the town.
Okay.
The infrastructure would be private but turned over to the town, so it does
Okay.
need the town approval since they will be taking that.
Okay.
But it is more on behalf of the developer.
Okay.
So the intention of the grant is to encourage housing through, and it's phrased as county-led infrastructure. So I think it's a very broad
Okay.
interpretation of it, but
Then-
they're accepting it.
And I'm, if that's your professional opinion, I'm more than satisfied with that. That's not a problem, and thank you for that. And it's not unusual, is it? I know the last grant we did was, as you said, the Terry Hill Road and 311 in relation to the non-housing economic development at Patterson Crossing. Private housing, obviously, it's just not for public, and this is not public housing, but it's not just for public housing, but private housing is allowed as part of this grant as well? Okay.
And just as a background, we have done other similar projects.
Oh, good.
And received Empire State funding. This is a different funding source. but
Okay.
We have received funding for Village of Brewster, the transit-oriented
Yep,
development.
TOD.
It was a similar situation which the county entered that agreement on behalf of the developer.
Got it.
So
So this is a parallel to that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Legislator Montgomery?
To Legislator Sage's point, yes, we do need housing, and it's great to support that infrastructure. And I really love the concept of the county pass-through money and the hard work that planning does in supporting our towns and creating these opportunities for towns. But this does nothing to support housing for young people. This is, and it's unfortunate that the town didn't have, the foresight to approve this with the condition that you provide 5 units that are affordable. This is a $650,000 per unit house. It's been fully approved by the planning board. We do want to encourage young people. We want to encourage, our folks to stay here, but I wish that in the future that the county can, send the message, hey, towns, if you want to do this, make sure that when you're providing your site plan approvals, that you're allocating specific units to be affordable. We've done that in Phillipstown with planned development districts where 10 units had to be set aside to be affordable, and those units have a covenant with the town where when they're sold, they have to go through, the same process of being approved. But at $650,000, a kid that's a first responder and one's a musician, they're not going to be able to afford this.
Thank you, Legislator Regan?
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Barber, just, so are there caveats along with the grant, assuming the grant is given under the auspices of housing, and I could see how that kind of fits in here, right? Houses being built. Are there any other caveats with the $1 million, just that it's going to be county infrastructure?
we define what the infrastructure is.
We define what the infrastructure is. Okay. So if you don't mind here, first of all, doesn't this project traverse both Carmel and Southeast? Or is it only in the town of Carmel? It's only in the town of Carmel, not crossing over? Okay. And then the road you said that would be turned over to us, that would be county and not town? Would that be a town road if it's?
It would be turned over to the town.
Turned over to the town?
The town is important to have their buy-in on this.
Okay. So, but is that not why we're involved? That it would be a county road?
We're involved because we're the only eligible applicants for this
Gotcha.
opportunity. It's one application per county, and that's all that's allowed.
Okay.
So-
Thank you.
Legislator D'Angelo?
Yeah, through the chair. I'm sorry, maybe this was said before and I didn't catch it. There's a date that this has to be done by, right?
April 1st.
And are there any other projects that you would recommend, or is this is?
No, there really wasn't anything else. There's definitely nothing with housing to get the $1 million.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is great. Trying to buy a home in Carmel is very expensive. I am actually a young person who is in the market to buy a home, and finding something in the town of Carmel that's anywhere even close to $650,000 is like a pipe dream. So it's not exactly affordable, Nancy. I agree with you there, but it's a step in the right direction. And what is $4.5 million worth of road and drainage work that's being covered, almost 78% of it's being covered, and that's going to be town road that he's doing the work. Yeah, okay. I think this is good.
Any questions from the audience? Seeing there's no questions, I make a motion to pass this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thanks for waiting all this time.
Yeah, see you early tomorrow.
Now, we have item number 8. We have a discussion and update on 34 Gleneida. We have the Law Department here, and we have John Tully, the Commissioner of Department of General Services. You wanna come on up here? Can Heather come up also, because you were the prime person on this, if I recall.
Those are my crumbs. Calamity Jane.
Okay, what's going on? Where do we stand?
34 Gleneida? Well, you received the memo with respect to the offers with respect to
Yeah.
this property. What can we address that you?
Are there any questions from,
And first, just so you know, if you're gonna discuss the substance of the offer or any amount of it, we should go into executive session because it is not a signed contract.
that's fine. Any questions that don't have to do with that, so the public can see? You have any questions? Any other questions?
Is it possible for anything to be moved tonight, or this is just discussion and that's it?
Discussion right now, yeah.
I would like to hear our legal department's weigh in on the two separate offers and the pluses and minuses of each.
Okay.
I mean, and that would involve an executive session?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, make a motion to go to executive session.
Second?
Favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
So I'll just-
And I can make a motion to go back to the meeting.
I'll second that.
Second, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, no more discussion on that. Item number 9, is there any other business? Seeing there's no other business, I make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Are we